We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs after school today. We're here to do HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. And thank you very much for OWZusa for subscribing on Tier 1 on Twitch. Thank you very much appreciated. Let's give you a fun Hack the Planet just for you. Redeem it.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Tweaking Productions 420. Hello, nice to see you here. Do you remember me? I'm not sure. I'm not too sure. Could you remind me who you are, Tweaking Productions 420? Let me know. Okay, let's talk about what we're going to be doing on today's stream. So today is Wednesday, April 8th. Sorry about that. And we're going to be covering a bunch of different topics on this stream, as is per usual. The first thing we're going to be doing is a warm-up with some gaming. There's a very fun puzzle game that we've been playing for the last, I don't know how many months it's been, but it's called Void Stranger, and it's a Sokoban style game, and we've been working our way through it, and hopefully we can get closer to finishing the game today. So that's the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be doing some web app demos. So how does the web work? We're going to be doing some easy demos over at OLIcyber to figure it out. And Wild Radio, hello, nice to see you here. And that's going to be the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School. So this is a little program that I dreamt up that teaches people all about web app security, the basics of web app security. And we're doing session number 2. We're going to be continuing our journey, learning about web app security stuff with the Not a CTF game from overthewire.org. Amgit, hello, nice to see you here. And let's see, the fourth topic we're going to be covering today is we're going to be taking a look at PortSwigger WebSockets. So WebSockets is a technology you can use to communicate with the server, and we're going to be figuring out how to, we're going to be figuring out how WebSockets work, and maybe a little bit about how to abuse the security on them. That's going to be the fourth hour of today's stream. And in the fifth hour, we're going to be covering a Linux CTF box. So CTF boxes are where you have to start up a machine and you want to get super user access to it, and that's what we're going to be trying to do in the last topic of today's stream over at Vulnyx with their ShadowBlocks box over there. ShadowBlocks is created by one of my favorite CTF creators, Lenham something. I don't remember his full name. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing for the last topic of today's stream. All right, so without further ado, let's get into our warm-up topic. It's going to be 60 minutes of gaming, and we're going to be moving on to our hacking topics after the warm-up. So let's go ahead and put on our 60-minute timer, and let me get the overlays ready. So let's see, we're doing topic 1, and topic 2 is on deck. What time are you doing the CTF? So the CTF, I mean, if you're talking about the last thing we're doing today, it's going to be in about 4 hours. So if you come back in 4 hours, we'll be doing the CTF box. Okay, and I think we're good. All right, let's get started with our warm up. So let me put up the game. If anybody's wondering what game we're covering today, it's this one over here. And let me go ahead and bring it up on screen. Okay, and I just need to turn up the volume again. All right, so we're here. Okay, and we'll turn the volume up to 4. I think this is where we were last time. So it says favorite creator does not remember the name, or more importantly, does not make a speaker note with the name. Well, I mean, we could look it up. Lenham something. But here, let me go ahead and grab the link from Vulnyx over here. So ShadowBlocks, I think we can get the Lenham, yeah. if you're interested in taking a look at that beforehand, you can download the machine over here. Okay, but let's get into the game. Proper operational security. Well, I mean, I try to practice proper operational security when I can. Some people have said that I should probably be hosting I should be probably accessing my Kali Linux machine from the cloud. It'd probably be a better way to do it, but it makes hosting the CTF boxes a little bit more complicated. Okay, when I tried to change my display name, and it goes, you can't change your display name, only the capitalization, that could only be... no one could possibly notice. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had to deal with it in a while, but my capitalization has been set for a while. Okay, let's resume. Alright everybody, we've come to the part where we need to get rid of this snake monster over here. We worked for a really long time. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Cheoels, thank you. So we spent a really long time trying to figure out how to kill the snake monster over here in this game, Void Stranger, and we found out in the previous playthrough that we needed to go to the chamber here with the snake, and we needed to push this statue over here exactly 23 times, and then wait for 23 seconds to get rid of the statue, and that'll give us access to the rest of the level where we can hopefully kill off the snake monster and then get on with the rest of the game. That's 10. That's 20, and then 1, 2, 3. So anybody who has questions about cybersecurity and stuff, we're still taking cybersecurity questions while we do the warm-up here. It's just that we like to warm up with the little puzzle game just to keep the content varied, and because we do puzzle games to practice our problem-solving skills. Okay, so the statue's gone. We can push this statue into the pit, and then we can get access to the tail and get rid of the monster. And that's no more monster. Okay. Let's go ahead and continue with the game. Okay, Ben says, I also hate it when things make me use personas to verify my age because it goes, something went wrong and it never works. Are you working through some sort of proxy? Because I remember that some services really don't like it when you work through proxies, like, you know, VPNs and stuff. Anyways, so I think all we need to do here is push the statue onto the button and then exit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get through the levels as quickly as I can, because I really want to see the ending to this game. Okay, Bennett says, my VPN is set to South Korea McDonald's. South Korean McDonald's? When I'm in a different state because... South Korean McDonald's. That's, I mean, why McDonald's specifically? Alright, so I think we can just skip over. Cartier, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Alright, so in this level we need to trick these smiling ball monsters into falling into pits. So I mean, I'm pretty sure we can do it like this. Okay, get to the exit. And here, oh, there's a level skip on this level. Otherwise, doing this level the real way would be kind of a big pain in the butt. But the level skip is pretty easy to get access to. It's behind the empty chest over there. Okay, pick these up. Okay, and that skips a bunch of levels. And what do we have over here? Strange carvings glow through the niche. The niche. So, SysOS Master said that these look a lot like Picross. Picross, otherwise known as nonograms. It's drawing something. I guess what we need to do is we need to make a certain pattern with the tiles on these levels. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, TN. Thank you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little screenshot of this, and we'll continue on. If we come across a level where we can build this nonogram, that was not me. I just looked up the game. Oh, okay. All right. Let's continue. So this level is where you get access to the part of the game that tells you about how to kill the snake. So on this level you need to make a very specific pattern, and I'll show you the pattern that you need to make right now, just a second. So over here, I think I've got it in my GitHub. I've been taking some notes in the HackerFrogs GitHub for Void Stranger. And it took a really long time to figure out that we need to make something that looks kind of like this. So the white parts over here are blank spaces, and we need to make sure that there are blanks, that this kind of pattern appears in the level, and we also need to remove the stairs, and then we can access the secret level. Okay, I want to test how Twitch highlight works, so the pentagram time. Pentagram time? Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Caveman Crafting, thank you. WebSockets, yeah, we're going to be covering the WebSocket stuff in about 2 hours or so. So come back in 2 hours and we'll be covering the WebSocket stuff. So we need to make this pattern. Let me just... I'll keep this pattern on my... off on another screen, and then I'll start making the pattern on the thing. Doing like Unity WebSockets or something else. I mean, I'm not too sure if there are... I'm doing a WebSocket relay at the moment. I mean, I'm not an expert on WebSockets by any means. I'm just going to be discovering some things about them today. Okay, so we've got... Hold on. Okay, so we have to make this pattern, and let me go ahead and bring the game back up. Okay. So how do we make this thing? So we gotta clear out these two. We need to clear out this. And then we need to clear out this section over here. Pick this up, go down, put this down here. Pick up the stairs, clear out these. Okay, so we got the pattern, so we can drop into the pit and access the secret level. Okay, and we've got You did well to find your way here. Figuring out the brands is only the first step. Think where you can draw them. That's how you'll bend these hulls to your will. Figuring out the brands is only the first step. Think where you can draw them. That's how you're going to bend these hulls to your will. I mean, we've been drawing the brands in specific 6x6 rooms. Is that what they're talking about? A broken seal. Okay, we've got a broken seal here. We can't really interact with it. I wonder if there are more of these seals somewhere else. The other thing we could do is we could start building out towards the top. Nope, we can't really exit through the top. Okay, I guess we'll just keep on going. And here we need to step on the buttons. So there are 3 buttons on the stage that we need things to be covering them to access the stairs over here at the bottom. So let's go ahead and push these statues. The other thing we can do is we can start clearing out some space. We can put the buttons down over here. So that's one button. Okay, Seer, hello, nice to see you here. What's this? This is a game called Void Stranger. The name of the game is up at the top of the overlay on the top right. No, top left. And we're going to be playing this for the next 40-ish minutes. Okay, so we got that button pressed. And the last thing we need to do is push this boulder over here. Okay, and then we make a little shadow guy. Thank you very much for following Scabby Shrine. Thank you very much. Exit, great. Okay, we've got another story time, more story time. So each time we encounter one of these trees, we get a little memory cutscene, and it explains more about the story of the game. So we're currently playing as this character over here. And we'll try and figure out what's actually going on in the storyline. A lone birch stands in the void. This area feels safe, and since you've been traveling for quite some time already, would you like to rest for now? And I guess we will rest. So each time one of these story times comes around, the game exits, but we have to start it back up again. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, and that just about wraps up our viewing. So, what do you think? Sure, there are a few spots that could use a minor makeover, but nothing a little elbow grease won't fix. Besides, there's more than enough room for both you and your daughter. Quite frankly, this place is a steal. And this air of history that permeates the whole residence, truly breathtaking. Excuse me for a moment. Please, mull it over in the meanwhile. Hello, Gray speaking. So this is the main character from the first playthrough. Strangely enough, at the end of the first playthrough, this character got transported through some sort of portal and ended up in the modern day. So the original game was set in some sort of medieval world. Ah, sorry I couldn't answer earlier. The viewing just ended. How should I put this? It's even worse than the pictures made it out to be. Yeah, that bad. I think I'm gonna take it. You know, I'm not exactly swimming in options. The bank isn't going to extend the loan any further with my background. No, I couldn't put you in that situation after all you've done. But I appreciate the offer, I really do. We'll manage. That'll require some serious work. Still, this one feels right. No, she doesn't seem to mind one bit. Quite the contrary. Fine, I'll sleep on it. If it makes you feel any better. We'll see you later. Mom! And what might have happened to your shoes, young lady? I took them off. They're in my room. Your room. Yeah, the big one. Slow down, sweetie. We aren't moving yet. There's a huge dead rat in the closet as well. Oh. Should probably call an exterminator first. Okay, and let's continue on. So for each set of levels, there's going to be a 6x6 room where we can carve a certain pattern with the blocks, and this is the next one. So we need to watch out for that 6x6 room, and then when we get to it, we need to create the pattern. Okay. Only a craving remains. Alright, we've got this customer over here. So each one of these areas is overseen by one of these Void Lords, and each one is supposed to... I think they're supposed to represent, like, the 7 deadly sins. I'm not too sure which this one represents. Okay, so if we want to exit, we just need to go down to the stairs. I'm going to try to do these levels as fast as possible, because I really want to get to the end of the game. So in this level, I think what we need to do is we need to get these charging creatures over here to smash into each other. So we can lure them into chasing us by entering their row. And so they'll just run on by. So what we want to do is we want to get the two to collide with each other. So this one will rest for one cycle, and then we can step in here, and the two monsters will smash into each other. And when they smash into each other, the statue that's covering up the stairs at the upper left-hand side of the room is going to vanish and give us access to the exit. Okay? Just like this. So in this level, the stairs are being covered by these statues again, and we need to get rid of all the monsters on this level to finish the level. So I think we can lure this guy up here. activate this trap. Remove this square over here. Wait. Go down. Lure this monster over here. Uh-oh, I think I screwed this up. B. Kim King, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? You know what? I'm just gonna do this the easy way. The easy way is just using the sword to get rid of these guys. Just need to find a right angle. Okay, that's one. And that's the second one. Okay, so this is the level which is kind of tricky. Because we have to get both of these charging monsters to step on the buttons over here. Oh wait, I need to... I need to replace this hole. Okay, and then make a hole over here, then lure this guy over. Then lure this guy over. Oh no, that didn't work. I'm gonna have to reset the level. What? Uh-oh. I seem to have found a secret. So I can't exit. And I can't pick up any tiles. Wait, no, I can pick up tiles. As in it has horns. Yes, of course. Of course it says SOS. So we'll just push this guy into the pit. And now I can start picking up tiles again. Kill this guy. Okay. Alright, let's continue. I've got a limited number of times I can pick up tiles here. So there's a clear path over to me. Yeah, so it's going to make its way over. Oh, you know, I just noticed something. There's a button. So I need this monster to be alive. There are two buttons. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to push this statue. Oh no, I can't finish the level anymore. I can't finish the level anymore. I guess I'm gonna have to reset the level. The first thing I do soft locks himself. That's kind of the way I do things. Hello, is this your first time here? Nope. So we know that when you lose all of your lives, you have to make a deal with the devil and then lock yourself out of the good ending. How do you answer? Nope, not my first time here. Didn't recognize you. I'm kind of bad with faces. Tell me, do you still wish to continue? Yeah, I want to continue. I'll leave you to it. So we need to eat the fruit that's going to make us part of the underworld, and then we can't return to the surface. Eat the fruit. So we need to push the statue onto the button, and then we need to get the monster to step on the other button to exit the level. Pick this up. Okay, so it doesn't have anywhere to go. It doesn't have a straight path to us. Oh, didn't mean to do that. So these statues over here are keeping track of how many times I'm picking stuff up and putting it down. And if all the statues are activated, then I die and I can't complete the level. So I guess I'll put this down. Then I'll wait for the monster to step on the button, and when it steps on the button, I'll get rid of the tile, and then it'll stay there. So I'll pick this up, then I'll put it down, and then I'll pick it up again. And now I can get to the stairs. That took a while. And what's going on here? So there's a set of stairs at the upper right corner of the room. But we need to kill every monster in this room to access it. So I guess I'll start by killing this one. And then this one. Put this here so that the charging guy can step on it. So that gets rid of that guy, and then this game needs critical thinking. There's some pretty tricky parts in this game. I've got some kind of cheating items, but it still gets a little bit tricky sometimes. So I'll pick this up. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Okay, I need to reset the level. Okay, get rid of this guy. Get rid of this guy. Pick up this tile. Put it down here. Oh no, I think I need to restart again. Get rid of this guy. Put this down, and then this thing screwed me up last time. I'm just gonna put it off to the side. Okay, and then the last thing I need to do is get rid of this last monster here. Okay, and then we can exit next level. What's going on over here? So it looks like a pretty straightforward level, just get to the exit. I guess we can kill some of these monsters along the way. Okay. And looks pretty straightforward. What is the deal with this room? So here, looks like we can just go to the exit. In this level, we need something to activate the button. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to make a little path so we can get to the stairs. And then we'll put the button over here so that we can push it. Okay, how old are you curious of intelligence levels? Intelligence levels? I mean, are we saying that older people are more intelligent, or are we saying that younger people are more intelligent? I'm in my mid-40s, if you were wondering. So we can just activate the stairs and then exit. Old people are smart in certain ways. I mean, there is cognitive decline after a certain point in life. So I think, I mean, we just need to get to the exit. It doesn't matter that this monster is chasing us or anything. And here, okay. Seems simple enough. Just get to the exit. Right now, I'm not really caring too much about the extra lives because we've got unlimited lives basically right now. Oh, this is where we would carve out like a symbol. But I'm not too sure which one we want to access. Anyways, let's just exit. Okay, are you going to teach people how to do a DDoS at all? I need to do it on a Russian website to help Ukraine out. I mean, we don't do politics on this channel, unfortunately, Austin, Illinois. You could probably figure out how to do DDoS attacks by doing some searches online. I don't really concern myself too much with DDoS myself because DDoS stuff is kind of not really something that you can do legally. So yeah. But okay. So next level. How do we finish this? So one interesting thing about these trap tiles is that anything connected to the trap tiles will disappear when they're activated. So we can do this, and when we step on the trap tile the next time, the trap is going to be activated, and all the trap tiles that are connected to the one that's activated are also going to be activated. So that gets rid of all these boulders, and that means we can exit. So here we need to push the statue onto the button. Push the statue onto the button. I wonder why these levels are so easy. This is supposed to be hard mode. Okay. So we've got some mimics here now. So the mimic monsters, they either completely mirror your movement, or they do the opposite. Because we've got the cheat item, the wings, we can bait the monster, the mimic monster, into jumping into the pit, like this, and then we can proceed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Huh. I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to use the mimic monster to push this statue. Well, I mean, we can probably just... Pac-Man? Pac-Man, what are we talking about? SysOS says you can do with the specific type of contract, not as an independent citizen. DDoS has a lot of collateral damage. It's best not to use them at all. I mean, I like to stick to stuff that's not destructive. I prefer, like, you know, no DDoS, no data deletion. That's my philosophy. Okay, exit. And it looks like we just need to exit. With their cheat items, we can do it very easily. So here we just need to exit. Cheat engine? No, not cheat engine. We've got some cheaty items in this game. I mean, I'm sure that real hackers do use cheat engine. I think I've screwed up this level, so I'm just gonna reset. Cheat engine is it's a hex editor, and a hex editor could be used, you know, for a bunch of different purposes. Pick this up, put it down, pick this up. Oh no, this doesn't work. When I put this down, I lose. Okay, and step here, push this one, pick this up, put this down. Okay, monster gets rid of itself, and then we exit. And what's going on here? So there's a button. So we need to push one of the statues onto the button. So I think we need to get rid of a couple of these statues. Get rid of this monster. We can... Okay. So that activates the stairs. We just need to get to the stairs. Pick up one of these. exit. Okay. I mean, I understand how you're passionate about stuff, but you know, let's not talk about conducting DDoS attacks on certain countries, because I mean, we're just supposed to exit here. Why is the setup so complicated? I guess we just go to the exit. This is much easier than it was in the previous playthrough. Okay, so just need to push the boulder onto the button and pick up one of these. Push the boulder onto the button and then make your way back. Okay. So in this level, where are the stairs? Where's the exit? Oh, okay. It's underneath the diamond monster up the top. Okay, so it looks like in this level we can only pick up something once. So maybe... well, we can kill the monster and go to the exit. Alright, there's nothing to do in this room. And in this room... we need to push 3 buttons. So we just need to set it up so that we can push the boulders onto the buttons. Pick this up. I guess the other thing we can do... So there's 3 buttons we need to push to finish the level. Push this one. Push this one. And we need to make... we lost our boulder. Okay. So we'll move this boulder aside, and then we'll push this boulder. Push this boulder. We need to make a hole. That we can push a boulder onto. Okay, pick this up, and then we can drop it. Where can we drop it? Here. And then we can pick up the button. and put it... Pick this up, put it here, and then... Oh, I pushed it onto the wrong tag. Hold on. Okay. Now we can push it over here. Exit. Great. Okay, enjoying a cup of chai and seriously considering having some apple slices and crunchy peanut butter. Apple slices and peanut butter sounds like a good time. We need to push boulders onto the buttons again. So there's 2 buttons. Okay, so that's 1 button. You have to do the second one. Maybe we can do this. Let's have some peace in the chat, thanks. Shudon says, I'm a complete noob to pen testing. Anyone here ever struggle fix POCs, even for rendered standard devices that should essentially have the same environment? Anything obvious that I mean, you're talking about fixing up like exploit scripts? Shudo, is that what you're talking about? Alright, I think we can move maybe like this. Push. Okay, now we've got access to the exit. Just move to the exit. Okay, done. Oh, okay, you are talking about fixing up exploit scripts. Yeah, I mean, if you ever come across an environment where you think the exploit should work, but it doesn't, you need to double check the environment. You also need to double check your own modules as far as like Python is concerned, because sometimes the Python scripts don't work unless you're using specific versions of modules. It can get really annoying. Exit. Okay, we got another cutscene we can watch. So let's do that. Are they using biological computers in labs? Man, sir, gameplay. That's some spam you got right there. I'm gonna go ahead and ban ya. Okay, my mother was a marathon runner, so maybe it's not a common snack. I thought everybody was familiar. Apples and peanut butter? I mean, apples and peanut butter are good. Okay, we'll start up the game again. We can watch the cutscene. So, I mean, I think we've skipped some cutscenes because for some reason we seem to have skipped a lot of levels. So what's going on now? We're playing as Lady Grey, and are we supposed to be going to our daughter's room or our room? So this is our room. Oh no, this is the daughter's room. I guess this is where we're supposed to go. Everything is off. Okay, we're opening up the curtains. This is a lot like a cutscene we saw in the first playthrough. And I guess we check out the bed. Prepare to die. Okay, thanks, I'll consider this. I've gone as far as to download the firmware and the server simulators and still struggle, but I've not ensured Python module or version consistency with the POCs. What did happen? What's... I wasn't paying attention. Something happened? Not today, young lady. You're getting a bit too old for games like this. Spoil sport. And did you stay up all night again? No wonder you keep oversleeping. Mom, the entrance exams are only a few weeks away. How are you supposed to study if you don't rest properly? Mom, about those exams. I was thinking of taking a year off. A year off? What's this all of a sudden? I'm going to Interrail with Sonia. Interrail. We actually chatted about this last night and started to plan our trip. Don't worry, I've saved a bit already so you don't have to pay for it. Absolutely not. Why not? The entrance exams are already hard enough. At least as a fresh graduate, you'll have a better chance at getting in. I won't let you waste that opportunity. Especially since your military service starts next year. Military service. So we're talking about a country with mandatory military service. So the developers are Finnish? So are we in Finland right now? Mandatory military service. Developers are from Finland. Are we Finnish? Are you running this game from your GitHub? No. What? No, we're not running the game from the GitHub. It's just something well, it's a game I like to play. And I'm trying to figure out how to finish the game. I want you to secure your degree place. Your degree place before that. Finland has mandatory military service, so possibly. You worry too much. It isn't such a big deal. Even Freya said it'd be okay. So am I the only one who hasn't heard about this? Either way, my answer is still no. I'll call Freya myself and tell her you're not going. But Mom, you'll have plenty of time to travel when you're older. Now I want you to think about your future. Don't give me that look, young lady. This is for the best. My best or yours? We're done with this conversation. So I wasn't just imagining things. How did a rat like you end up here? You weren't invited, were you? Relax. It's not like I can do anything to you. Yet. Don't think you can hide in these dreams of yours forever. Eventually, you'll wake up. Okay, I don't know what that means. So there are another 20 levels to go, or like 25. I don't think I'm going to be finishing the game, or at least I don't think I'm going to be finishing this playthrough today. But we can keep on going for the next 5 minutes or so. Okay, Cheo L says, got a question for the incoming WebSocket part. What is it about? Curious, I'm working on network programming projects right now. So yeah, I mean, I can give you a link for the stuff that we're going to be going through. Let me go ahead and do that. So we're going to be starting from here. Okay, we got another one of these Void Lord guys. And we have a mimic. Well, I mean, because we've got our cheaty wing items, we can trick the mimic into falling off. We can also start manipulating the level a little bit by going into the interface, like this. Okay, exit. Okay, nice and easy. I mean, in these levels, it's a lot easier since we've got our extra items. We just need to go to the exit. Okay, so we need to push 2 objects onto these buttons over here. I mean, we've got one here, and... oh, we can only pick up and put stuff down a limited number of times. Okay. Exit. So we've got 3 buttons to push, and we've got our stairs over there. Okay, SysOS says, why don't you tell me how old Python... Oh, I'm sorry, that's a conversation between some users. No worries. Okay, so we'll put this over here. Then we'll just gather all the buttons and put them in a row. I guess what we want to do is we want to have a trail of shadow guys following us when we exit the level. So something like... sorry if the sound is a bit annoying. Nope. Okay. So there's 3 over here. We just need 3 of our little shadow guys to be following us. Okay, I like studying, I like puzzle solving the most. Well, I'm glad somebody likes these gaming segments. So we need 3 shadows to be following us when we exit to the stairs. So that's 1, that's 2, and that's an exit. Okay, we'll come back to this next time, next week, probably. And, yeah. Alright, so thank you very much for sticking around during the warm-up. Let's get into our demonstrations now. So I'll exit the game, and then we'll get started on the second topic. So the second topic is going to be web app demos. So web app demos with OLIcyber, and the third topic is going to be HackerFrogs AfterSchool. So we're doing a lot of web stuff today. While we do the second topic, I can also put on a little bit of music. Okay, we put that on and then we can get started. Let me take a look at the volume. It's a bit high. I'll turn it down a bit. Okay, alright, so we've got 60 minutes to work on these demos. Frog gonna jump right into hacking. Well, I mean, we're gonna... It's not really hacking, it's more like web app basics, web application basics. But, I mean, it is important for people who want to get into web app security testing. So, let me get rid of some of the pages that we're not using. Okay. So the first level we're going to be covering today is web app level number 6 in the introduction series. If you're wondering what website we're using, let me go ahead and grab that as well. We're here. So this, the website that we're going to be using to do our demonstrations is called OLIcyber.it. It's an Italian cybersecurity education platform, and there's lots of free challenges over there. They've got a series of challenges for web application security, which is really good for people who are completely new to interacting with web pages and doing security. So let's see, we're going to be doing number 6 over here. So this page is in Italian, but of course we've got our handy-dandy translation abilities built into our web browsers. So we're just going to do that. I'm going to go over here. We're going to go down to translate page. We're going to translate it from Italian into English. Click on translate, and then, well, it partially solves our problem. Because the translations aren't perfect, of course. For some reason, Italian doesn't translate over to English using machine learning stuff very well. But we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the descriptions here. So we're currently doing Web 6. If you're signed up for the website, it's going to be over here. Let me go ahead and get my documents, and then we can get started. All right. Okay. So I need to do my YouTube intro, and then we'll start. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Web 6 challenge. HTTP receive a cookie from the OLIcyber.it website as part of their introduction to web security challenges. So what's going on here? It says here that cookies are not a redundant mechanism compared to other types of parameters observed so far. Unlike them, in fact, the server is able to request the installation of cookies from it provided in client memory. So these cookies are associated with the site that generated them and may contain an expiration date. In web browsers, this storage is managed automatically, and the saved cookies are automatically sent in requests, subsequently sent to the same site, and deleted upon the reach of the date indicated, so that would be the expiry date. In this way, they can be used to identify a session with a specific client, a series of consecutive requests performed by the same device, even when more devices are connected to the internet through the same subnet and therefore share IP addresses. So the goal of this challenge is to execute a GET request to the resource /token, which will install a session cookie. And once you have obtained access, go to the /flag endpoint to get the flag. So in this challenge, what we need to do is we need to go to one endpoint to get a cookie, and then provide the cookie to another endpoint to get the flag. Okay, and how do we do that? So let's talk about what's going on in this level. So this is OLIcyber Web 6, HTTP receive a cookie. This challenge requires us to retrieve a cookie from one endpoint on the web app and supply that cookie with the request to another endpoint. So what we're talking about here is session cookies. So this process is similar to many other web apps, where your browser receives a session cookie upon successful login, which you include with all subsequent requests to the same web app. So when you log into a website, the website will give your web browser a token, a cookie, that indicates your session. So on each subsequent access to the website, you will always send your session cookie, which lets the application know in what context you're interacting with the website. Okay, give me my cookie. Yup. Alright, so we're going to be solving this challenge in 3 different ways. So the first way we're going to solve the challenge is by using the web browser. So with the web browser, the challenge is very easy. When we visit the /token endpoint, the cookie sent in the response is stored by the browser. So after we visit /token, this token cookie is going to be saved to our web browser. And then when we access the /flag endpoint, the session cookie is automatically included with a request, which gives us access to the flag. So let's go ahead and demonstrate this. So over here, there are two endpoints. So the first one is the /token endpoint, where we will receive our cookie. So let's go do that. Whenever it wants to come back to us, for some reason we're not really getting a response here. Let me try reloading this page. Reload. I was expecting some sort of response. Well, let's try another new tab. Huntingbird, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Clean browser refresh. Yeah, maybe. Let me go ahead and put this in a private window. Okay, to everybody who's following along at home, this is the website we're trying to access. So this endpoint right here. Nothing much, I'm good. Right to here, right to here. The funny thing is that the web browser's not really giving us a response here. Is the page down? Let me try accessing this with curl. Just a second. Okay, I mean the web page seems to be up. And it seems to be working. Works on your machine. Yeah, I'm not too sure why it's not working on my machine. Just a second, everybody. Maybe I'll try using another browser. I think I've got, oh, you know, just for fun, yeah, I know why I do have the Burp Suite browser here. Not that we're actually using Burp Suite, it's just a different browser I can use. Is my browser blocking it? I don't. I mean, I accessed these websites like yesterday, so I don't see how they would be. Okay, so we'll go over to proxy open browser, and then we'll paste in this page. Huh. It doesn't resolve with the Burp Suite browser either. That's weird. That's weird. I wonder if it was picked up by Burp Suite. Okay, we go to Burp Suite. Yeah, this was... Oh, you know what? Maybe it just doesn't show us any... It just doesn't show us any response. There's no content. There's no content, right? There's no content with these pages, so it wouldn't show up in the browser. Okay, so this is what we do. So you go over to the token endpoint, and then after you visit this endpoint, it's not going to show you anything. Then you go into your web browser tools. You go over to Web Developer Tools, and then you access the storage. So the storage tab in the Web Developer Tools is going to show you your cookies. So click on storage, and then go to local storage, session storage. Hold on. Visit this page. What does curl do? I mean, we're going to be talking about using curl in just a second. Cache storage. So this is the token endpoint. When we visit the token endpoint, we should get our token. I came here for Void Stranger, but now I'm interested in this learning session. Hey, nice to see you here at ScarRPGs. We're just talking about basic web app stuff. So about new, about new tab. It's okay. We visited it in the PortSwigger browser. Then we're going to go over to our web developer tools in here, and we should have the cookie in here. Okay, so go over to storage, and then cookies. No cookies set. Local storage, session storage. Huh. I guess that's really weird. I wonder why this domain isn't resolving for any of my web browsers. We see the response in Burp Suite. I might have to skip this challenge and move on to the next one, because I'm having some technical issues. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Hopefully the next one doesn't also have problems, because that would be too much for me. Alright, let's move on to the next challenge then. This was challenge number 6. I guess we'll move on to challenge number 7. Are you supposed to resolve? I mean, I'm pretty sure I resolved the page when I was doing my testing. But okay, let's do challenge number 7, and then we'll go back to challenge number 6 if I got more time at the end of the thing. So this is Web 7. So Web 6 was receive a cookie. Web 7 is the head method. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and start the challenge. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Web 7 challenge. HTTP the head method, which is part of the OLIcyber.it website as part of their introduction to web security challenges. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to read the documentation over here, and then we'll do the challenge. So it says, sometimes it can be interesting for a client to know the metadata of a resource without having to receive the whole representation. Think, for example, of a case of a large file size. For these cases, the HTTP protocol provides the verb head, designed to get in response the headers of a request GET equivalent, but without transferring the resource. The reported headers should be identical to those of a similar request GET, but, as in the case of the header accept, a server defective or poorly configured can accidentally leak additional information that would not be included in the response to a normal GET request. The goal of this challenge is to make a head request to the resource, this URL right here, and observe the headers replaced back. We recommend using the function head of the library requests. Well, I mean, they're talking about the Python stuff. Okay, so is it supposed to resolve a page? Web browser time. I mean, we're going to try doing this challenge, and hopefully I don't have the same web browser issues that I did last time. So let's talk about what we're doing in this challenge. So this is OLIcyber Web 7, HTTP the head method. So this challenge requires us to send a head request to the server and observe the headers sent in response. The HTTP head request method is used to retrieve only the response headers of a web page without retrieving the body, or that is the contents of the page. So we've been talking about the GET request, the GET method, for a lot of these other challenges. So the GET method is going to retrieve everything from the web page, but the head request, or the head method, is only going to retrieve the headers of a particular web page. So practical uses of the head method include link validation, that is checking if a resource exists, and content negotiation, checking if the content type or language is the correct one, and that's how we use the head method. So we're going to be solving this in one of 3 ways. The first way is going to be using the web browser. So solving this challenge with the web browser requires us to edit and resend an initial GET request to the endpoint. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to grab the link, for the challenge over here. And then we're going to visit the web page in our web browser. Okay, so we get this this response over here. It says unauthorized. That's fine. We're not supposed to be sending this method. This was a get method. If we go over to our web browser tools, so click on this, and then go over to more tools, and then go over to web developer tools. So this will bring up the web developer tools that we're going to be using to edit our request. So there's a bunch of different tabs in the web developer tools. The one that we want to use is the network tab over here. So click on network and then reload the page. Okay, reload is over here. And then we get the get request to the resource, and we're going to the landing page. If you click on the request, this one over here, you can right click on it, and then you can select edit and resend. So we're going to edit this request, we're going to resend it, but not with the get method, but the head method. So after we click edit and resend, we see the details of the new request over here. We can click on the drop-down menu and change the method from get to head. And after we do that, we can send the request off with this button over here, send, click on it, and then we still get a 401. But what we want to pay attention to is we want to pay attention to the headers that were received in the request. So if we click on headers over here on the right hand side, and we scroll down a little bit, we see that we received this header called xflag. So flag rogue metadata. So this is the solution to the challenge. So what you want to do is you want to copy the flag value over here, then go back to the challenge and submit the flag on the challenge description page. So we've already finished this challenge before, so we don't have the opportunity to submit the flag again. But if you haven't finished the challenge, you should be able to submit the challenge flag on this page. So that's solving this challenge using the web browser. So there's a couple more methods we can use. So we can also solve the challenge using the curl command. So the curl command is it's a program that you can use on Linux machines or on Windows machines. Actually, I'm not too sure if Windows has it installed by default. Let me check on that real quick. Okay, so curl is installed on Windows machines. So if you've got access to a Windows terminal, you should be able to use it. So solving this challenge with the curl command requires us to use the -I parameter, which sends a head request and returns the headers from the response. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to go over to the challenge. We're going to grab the URL, and then we're going to go to our terminal. So if you want to do this from, if you don't have access to a Linux terminal, there's a free Linux terminal we can use over at JSLinux over here. So people who don't have access to a Linux machine, they can use this one instead. I'll leave the link in chat if you want to check it out yourself. So this is a web accessible Linux machine. And what you can do is you can paste in the, oh, sorry. we need to get the URL from the challenge. Okay, let's go and do that. So here it is. I'm just going to copy it. Then I go back to our JS Linux terminal, paste it in, and we're going to run the curl command. So curl -I is going to send a head request. So we have to specify the URL here as well. When we run the command, it'll return to us the headers from the response. So we got HTTP 401 unauthorized, but we also got the flag. So we were able to finish this challenge in two ways, one with the web browser and one with curl, and there's a third way. So the third way is using Python. So solving this challenge with Python, so Python is a scripting language, it requires us to use the request module's head function, then print out the header sent in the response. So we've got a short Python script that we can use for this purpose, and it's over here. Let me add that. Okay. So if you want to see where our script is, it's over here. What you want to do is you want to scroll down to the bottom of our write-up page over here, and there's a section called the Python solution. So in here is our Python script. We're just going to copy the code, and then we're going to go over to our web accessible JS Linux here. Then we're going to use the nano text editor to create our script. So web7.py. We're just going to create the Python script in here. And after the program starts up, we can paste in our script. So right-click, paste. And we see here that the spacing, the formatting got a little bit messed up. So we need to change the spacing. Okay, so before we save and run the script, let's just talk about what the script is doing. So the first thing we do is we import the request module that lets us make web requests using the Python program. So the next thing we define is the URL, the resource that we want to contact, and we just got it from the challenge. It's this one over here. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to make a request to the endpoint, which is this one over here, and then save the response headers. So the head request is going to be request.head URL. So this is a function called head that makes a head request to the URL, and then we save the response headers in a variable here called res headers, and that's going to be the head request.headers attribute. The last thing we're going to do in the script is we're going to print out those response headers, and that's the entire script. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, NetDBG. Thank you. Okay, so save it out. Clear the screen, and then run the Python script. So Python space web07.py to run the script. So it should come back to us in just a bit. It should come back to us in just a bit. Sometimes JS Linux machines are a bit slow, but that's fine because they're a free resource that we can use. Okay, so we got it back. So content length 12, content type text plain. So this is basically all of the headers that are sent back to us in the form of a dictionary. So a Python dictionary, and we also get the flag value over here. Xflag, flag, rogue metadata. We could copy this, and then we could submit it to the challenge to finish the challenge. All right, so everybody, that was 3 methods of solving this challenge. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Web7 HTTP the head method challenge from OLIcyber.it as part of their Introduction to Web App Security series of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so while the ads run, we'll put on some birds. Thank you very much for your videos, and so thank you very much, NetDBG. Much appreciated. Let's see. So today's a nice, bright, sunny day, so let's put on some lovely birds while we take a little break to have a drink. Okay. Ah, okay. So here are the woodpeckers. We'll be back in about. I'm trying to paste in the online Linux terminal. It's not working for me. So unfortunately, the keyboard shortcuts aren't going to work for pasting and copying. But try using the context menu. So right-click, and you should be able to paste and copy from there. Okay. So let me just take a little water break. We'll be back in just a second. Okay, so let's address Modney's concerns. So you said that you were trying to paste in the online Linux terminal, but it's not working for you. So what do you need to do if you want to paste? Well, for instance, say you wanted to paste something, right? You would highlight whatever it is you want to highlight, and then right-click, select copy, and then click into the terminal. Right-click and select paste. Unfortunately, keyboard shortcuts aren't going to work for the online terminal over here, but you can do the right-click method of copying and pasting. That's what I've hate about the Proxmox container. I tried to use screen with a Control-A, Control-N, and it opened as a new tab. I mean, web-accessible terminals can be a bit of a pain in the butt in general. So it's more of a indictment to encourage you to use your own thing, yeah. Anyways, let's move on to the next challenge. So let's get rid of this script, and then we'll move on. So that's web 7. So we'll move on to web number 8. Okay. Alright, let's bring up the presentation file, and then we can get started. Okay, let's start. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Web 08 HTTP a traditional post request challenge from OLIcyber.it as part of their Introduction to Web Security Challenges. So let's read the description for the challenge. So it says, so far we've only been able to obtain resources from the server, but HTTP also provides tools for the reverse operation. This is about the verbs post and put, which allow you to send a resource to the server, specifying a destination address. The difference between the two methods is subtle, but we will only deal with post, by far the more used between the two, being the associated system, for example, with the sending the content of the forms that are included in many websites. The English translation for this is a bit off, but hopefully you can understand what's trying to be expressed. In principle, the representation of the resource sent in the body of a post request can be any format, but for historical reasons, when using the built-in sending mechanism of the browser to send the content of the form, this is normally encoded using a specific legacy format exclusive to web forms, known in the MIME classification as application/xwww form URL encoded. For this reason, many servers that receive data from users through POST requests accept this format preferentially, even when the source of the data is not a web form. So the goal of this challenge is to send a POST request to the resource, so the login endpoint over here, providing in the format application/xwww form URL encoded, the pair of values username admin and password admin. Similar to a hypothetical operation of sending a login form to the website, the flag will be returned in the text of the response to this operation. Okay, SysOS says good old Netscape code. Right-clicking didn't work. Modney, let's go over and try it again. So go over here to the JS Linux terminal. So sometimes it doesn't work the first time you right-click on it. you want to click into the web terminal, and then after you click into the web terminal, try right-clicking, and you should be able to see paste over here. Is Triad a Stellarian? I'm not too sure what a Stellarian is. So if for some reason you don't see the right context menu, if you see this context menu instead, try clicking onto the cursor and then right-clicking again, and you should be able to see the second context menu. So try clicking a few times. Sometimes it doesn't come up for me either. You just need to try it again. I'm not too sure what really causes it, but sometimes you get this context menu, sometimes you get this other context menu. Clicking on the cursor worked. Yeah, awesome. Great to hear. Okay, let's go back to the challenge. So in this challenge, we're talking about OLIcyber Web 8 HTTP regular post request. So this challenge requires us to send a post request to the server with the data username admin and password admin. So we're talking about post requests in this challenge, and post requests are how devices send data to the web server. When making post requests, we have to specify two things: the type of data we're sending and the contents of the data itself. So the content type is the type of data that we're sending, and the post body is what actual information we're trying to send to the server. So in this case, our content type is going to be XWWW form URL encoded, and in a regular post request, we send a content type header with XWWW form URL encoded as the value. So the data value that we send with the application XWWW form URL encoded data is typically in the key value format. For example, username equals admin. If there is more than one key value pair that is being sent, there's an ampersand separating the pairs. So this is the data that we're going to be sending. Username equals admin. So this is the first pair. And, so this is going to separate the two key value pairs. The second key value pair is password equals admin. So the first way we're going to solve this is using the web browser. To solve this challenge with the web browser, we need to edit and resend our initial GET request and make sure it's sending the POST method. So the next thing we need to do is we need to go into the request headers and create the content type header with the value application/XWWW form URL encoded. So we need to manually put this in, and then we need to scroll down to the bottom of the input for the post body and then put in our values over here. So username equals admin and password equals admin. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll go over to the challenge. We'll grab the endpoint we need to access here, copy it, then we'll visit the website, and we see here it says method not allowed. So this method is not allowed for the requested URL. That's fine, because we're going to be editing the request. We're going to go over to our web browser application menu over in the corner, the upper right corner. Then we're going to go over to more tools. We're going to go over to web developer tools. And then we're going to go over to the network tab. There's a bunch of different tabs in the web developer tools, but we want the network tab over here. So click on that and then reload the page. So after we do that, we see that we made a web request to the login endpoint. We click on that, and then we right-click on it. So after we right-click, we can select Edit and Resend to modify the request. So the first thing we do is we click on the drop-down menu here, and we make sure we're not sending a GET request, but a POST request. So click on Post, and then we need to scroll down to the headers. And we see here that we can put in a new value for our headers over here. We're going to click on the bottom over here, and then we're going to type in content-type. So make sure that the C in content and the T in type are capitalized, and we're going to put in our value, and it's going to be application/ x-www-url encoded. Okay, and then after we've done that, we scroll down again, and we need to edit the body of the payload. So this is the actual data we're sending, and we're going to send, so click into there and then type out username equals admin, ampersand, password equals admin, because this is the data we're supposed to be sending. So we just, before we send the request, we just need to make sure that everything is spelled correctly, because if you can't spell something correctly, if you got some typos, you're not going to be able to hack, and that makes us very sad. I think this is okay. Let me double check. Oh, form. xww-form-url encoded. So I was just about to send this without the word form here, so let's go ahead and get in there. Okay. So x-www-form-url encoded. Let me double check that one more time. Yeah, okay, great. Alright, and then we can send off the request. Yeah, that was a typo. Anyways, send it out, and now we get a 200 OK. So 200 OK means that the request went through successfully, and if we take a look at the response tab over here, we get the flag. So flag, sending data the old way. So if you haven't finished this challenge before, you would copy the flag, then you would go over to the challenge description, and in the challenge description at the bottom of the page, you can submit the flag. But we've solved the flag, we've already solved this challenge, so we can't submit the flag again. But if you haven't solved the challenge, there should be a place for you to submit it down there. So that was the web browser method. We've got a couple other methods as well. So over here, we can also solve this using curl. So to solve this challenge using the curl program, we need to use the -d parameter with the post data. We don't need to specify the content type header, because curl does this automatically for us. So what we would do is we would go back to the challenge, we would grab the URL, then we would go over to a terminal. So we're going to be using the JS Linux terminal over here. We're going to paste in the URL, we're going to type in curl, and then we're going to specify the data that we want to send to the server. So -d, and then between some quotes over here, we're going to type in our payload. So it's going to be username equals admin and password equals admin. So this is much simpler than editing the thing with the web browser. So we send this off, and we get in response the flag, sending data the old way. Okay, Bruhaha says I didn't know that it sent content type. I always included it. I didn't know that it sent content type. I always included it. Oh, you're talking about curl, right? Yeah, this is something I discovered recently as well. So if you send data, and you don't specify the content type, it's going to default to xwww form URL encoded. But we can solve this one more way, and let's talk about that. So this is the Python solve. To solve the challenge with Python, we need to define the post data and the content type headers in dictionaries. So we can define the data we're going to send in a dictionary over here, username admin, password admin. Keep in mind that this looks a little bit different than the payload that we send with the other methods. We also send the header in this case, which is application xwww form URL encoded with the content type header here. So we've got the script written over on the HackerFrogs GitHub. Let me go ahead and get that. Okay, so we'll scroll down to the bottom where we've got our Python solution script. We're gonna copy the code in the script, and I guess before we before we create the file and run the script, let's just talk about what the script is doing over here. So the first thing we do is we import the request module. We define the URL that we want to contact. Inside of Python dictionaries, we define the data that we want to send and the headers that we need to send. So in this case, it would be the content type. So the last thing we do is we make a post request to the endpoint and save the response body. So request.post, so this is a post request function with the URL data equals data and headers equals headers. And then we save the body as a variable over here called rec_body. And then we print out the request body, and that's the entire script. So we're just going to copy the script. We're going to go over to our JS Linux terminal over here, and we're going to create the script using nano. So web8.py, and then we're going to paste in our script. So when we paste in the script, the formatting is going to get a bit wonky. So we need to fix it up a bit. Okay, and after that's done, we're going to save out the script. So Control X to save, press Y to save, and then write out the same file, hit enter. After that, we're going to run the Python script by typing out Python, then space, and then the name of the script file, which is web08.py. So this should print out the post request response, the body content. Okay, so it sends back the flag, which means we're able to do it successfully. Alright everybody, we managed to solve that using 3 different methods. That was a guided walkthrough for the Web8 HTTP a traditional post request challenge from OLIcyber.it as part of their introduction to web app security challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so SysOS says curl sets the proper type if it can infer it. Okay. Yeah, I think it. I don't know if it does that for JSON requests, but it does it for post requests with regular old form data. Okay, let's go ahead and do web number 9. So this is the same thing, it's a post request, but this time it's a different type of data that we're sending over. We're sending over JSON data. So what's JSON data, we'll find out in just a second. Go ahead and grab my presentation file. Where is it? Down here. Okay. Sterling Gaming. So could you make a beginner to advanced playlist starting from simple challenges and gradually moving on to harder ones? It would really help new people get started properly. Yeah, I mean, check out this website over here, Get Into Cyber, and it's for people who want to get into cybersecurity. If you're looking for beginner-friendly challenges specifically, on my YouTube channel, I have a lot of different playlists. So I think if you want to go from very easy and progressively getting more difficult, you might want to start with the Bandit challenges or the Natus challenges. Let me get those. So Bandit is over here. So if you're talking about like Linux security stuff, there's Bandit, there's also Vulnyx. This is another good series of challenges over here. And if you want to do web app security stuff, then the Natus series of challenges are pretty good. But I'd say that PicoCTF is also very, very good. So PicoCTF, let me see if I can get the main list. So these ones over here they do start off easy, but the difficulty kind of like goes up and down in this particular playlist. Here's the Pico CTF playlist. But we have to do our next challenge. Let's go ahead and do that. Nope, not this one. Where did I put that thing? Okay, so this is Web 9. Okay, let's do the introduction. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Web 9 HTTP a post request with JSON body challenge from OLIcyber.it as part of their Introduction to Web App Security course, or set of challenges. Let's go ahead and read the description for the challenge. So it says, application x www form URL encoded, despite its historical spread, is an obsolete format and not very well suitable for representing structured data, so it was gradually supplanted in applications that do not require compatibility with the sending method of traditional web forms for more modern formats such as XML and JSON. So the latter, in particular, by virtue of its ease of use in JavaScript, is the most popular web programming language, while JavaScript is the most popular web programming language, quickly established itself as the new de facto standard, so libraries like requests offer shortcuts to send post requests with bodies codified in JSON, with the same ease offered from the old systems, as well as to automatically decode any resources rendered in this format by the server in the replies. So what do we need to do in this challenge? Similar to the previous one, the goal of this challenge is to send a post request to the resource, the login endpoint over here, and provide in the JSON format the pair of values username admin and password admin. Okay, this is similar to a hypothetical login operation against a web service. The flag will be returned in the text of the reply to the operation. So what do we need to do here? Okay, Strela Gaming says, love you bro, after completing this I will be back soon. Hey, have fun Strela Gaming. Okay, let's talk about what we're doing here. So this is OLIcyber Web 9 HTTP post requests with JSON. So this challenge requires us to send a post request to the server with JSON data, username admin, and password admin. But what is JSON data? that grammar is a bit wonky. So the translation's from Italian, and it gets a bit mangled when you translate it into English. So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation, and JSON is a data format that is designed to be both human readable and machine parsable. So when you see values between some curly brackets with key value pairs separated by colons, this is how you can recognize the most popular format for JSON objects. So the most commonly encountered JSON format are pairs of key values with a colon between the keys and the value, all between a pair of curly braces. So the curly braces here are going to encapsulate the JSON object. They're key value pairs between the curly braces, and if there's more than one value or there's more than one pair, you're going to see a comma separating these key value pairs. So JSON data is very commonly found across many computer applications, not just JavaScript environments. So you'll see JSON, you'll see it in a lot of different places. Okay, so we're going to solve this in 3 different ways. So the first way we're going to solve this is using the web browser. To solve this challenge with the web browser, we need to edit and resend our GET request, making sure to select post as the method, and then we're going to insert the content type header with the value application/JSON. So content type, we need to specify that when we resend the request, and finally we need to go down to the body section and insert the JSON data, username admin, password admin. So let's go ahead and demonstrate that. So we're going to get the link or the login endpoint on the challenge description here. Then we're going to navigate to the endpoint, paste it in, and it says method not allowed. Okay, so this method is not allowed for the requested URL. So the next thing we need to do is we need to access the web developer tools. So in the web browser, we can go over to the corner here, and then we can click in, then select more tools, web developer tools, and then in the web developer tools, there's a bunch of different tabs for different tools. We want to access the network tab over here. So click on that, and then reload the page. So go up here, reload it in the web browser, and then click on the login endpoint over here. So left click on that, and then right click on it, and then select edit and resend. This is going to let us modify a request before we resend it. Okay, so from here, in the drop-down menu that says get, so we previously sent a get request, we need to modify it so that it's a post request. So click on post, and then scroll down. In the headers here, you're going to see a blank value that says name and value. So we can insert our own header. So go ahead and click on that, and then type in content-type, because we're sending a specific type of content with our post request. So the value is going to be application / JSON in all lowercase like this. So the last thing we need to do before we send our request is go down to the body, and this is where our JSON data is going to be. So remember that a JSON object is going to be between a pair of curly braces, and we're going to put in sets of strings. So the username admin is going to be 2 sets of strings, and then we're going to send another set of strings like this. So let me just type it out, and then I'll copy and paste it for everybody to try it out themselves. Okay, so username admin and password admin. So this is what it should look like. Okay, so after everything is complete, we will click on send, and then we receive a 200 OK in response. So when we click on this and we go over to response, so this tab over here, we get a token called flag welcome to the year 2000. So this is the flag for the challenge. This is our goal. We're going to copy the flag, so everything between the quotes, we're going to copy it, and then afterwards we'll go over to the challenge description. So if we haven't finished this challenge before, there would be a place where we could paste in our flag and submit it, but because we've already finished this challenge before, we are not able to do that again. But if you haven't, you can go ahead and submit the flag. So we'll also cover a couple of other methods we can use to solve this challenge. So that was the web browser solve. So the next method we're going to be using is the curl method. So to solve this challenge with curl, we have to supply a custom content type header with the -H parameter, and then the data to send with the -D parameter. So we'd send -H content type application JSON like this, and then -D, and then our JSON object over here. So between the 2 curly braces, username : admin, and then comma, password : admin. Okay, so I've got the command over here saved, so to make it a little bit easier for us. Where is it? I've got too many tabs open. Okay, let me just grab that. So the curl solution is over here. I'm just going to copy this. You want to try this out yourself? This is the curl command. We're going to go over to our JS Linux terminal, and then we're going to paste in the command. So click in, select paste. So this is a curl request. We don't need to send xpost. I found out we don't need to send xpost. That's fine. We just need to send the data. So -h to supply the custom header, content type application JSON, and then -d, and then the JSON object. So username admin, password admin, and we're sending it to the login endpoint here. So when we run the command, we get this response. So token flag, welcome to the year 2000. Okay, so we got the flag again, and that was solving the challenge using the curl command. So the last method is using the Python script. So let's go ahead and talk about that. So to solve this challenge with Python, we have to save the custom content type header and then the post body to dictionaries. So the data we're sending in this case is going to be username admin, password admin, and the headers is going to be content type application JSON. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch, Sia Cavello. Thank you. Okay, so we have to pass these dictionaries as parameters to the post function, making sure to supply the JSON parameter, not the data one. So this was a mistake I made when I was testing. If you send the parameter as data instead of JSON here, it's not going to work. So let's go ahead and grab the script, and then we'll run it to solve the challenge with the Python script. So where is it? It's over here. Okay. So copy the script and then go over to your terminal. I'm going to create the script file using the nano text editor. So nano web09.py. Jack in the shop, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we've got our Python script web09.py. We're going to paste in the script. And then we need to fix up the formatting because the formatting gets messed up when we paste into the terminal for some reason. So we're just going to make sure that everything lines up. Okay, this should be okay. We'll save out our script with Control X, press Y to save the modified buffer, confirm the file name with Enter, and then we run the script by running the Python command python web09.py, and we should receive the flag in the response. There we go. Okay, so token flag, welcome to the year 2000. So this, I mean, if you notice, they sent a JSON object in response. So the JSON object is between the two curly braces, and it's inside of these key value pairs. So the key is called token, and the value is flag, this thing. Okay, so everybody, we solved that 3 different ways. Everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Web 9 HTTP a post request with JSON body challenge from the OLIcyber.it website as part of their Introduction to Web Security series of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Austin, Illinois says, years ago when I was a kid in high school, I modified the I Love You virus and disabled the antivirus and ran it and destroyed the server and computer I was running it on. That sounds like some real high school shenanigans, yeah. Okay, so I think I wonder if I should do. I'll do this. I'll do the last one. I'll do the last demonstration because I'd like to get this set of challenges done. Okay, so before we do that, I need to set that up. Just a second, everybody. So this is web challenge number 10. And I need to grab my presentation file. Okay, let's go ahead and start the challenge. So we're going a little bit over time, but I need to get these demonstrations recorded. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Web 10 HTTP the Options Method challenge from OLIcyber.it as part of their Introduction to Web Security series of challenges. Okay, and what does the description say? We've so far observed various ways of interacting with the resources that an HTTP server provides with the GET, HEAD, and POST methods, but not all of these operations are supported by all types of resource. It makes no sense, for example, to execute a POST request in comparisons for a read-only resource. To know the operations supported by a given resource, HTTP provides the verb options. An options request returns the list of supported verbs instead of the header allow. Sometimes it may be interesting to try to intentionally use a verb that is not supported. Normally a server should manage requests not cleanly supported, but in the presence of invalid configurations or programming errors, using a method that is unexpected could cause a crash. Crashes and more generally, operations that are not supported may reveal interesting information that the use of normal web services would be hidden. The goal of this challenge is to determine the set of verbs supported for the resource, this URL right here. Try to use an uncommon and unexpected one and observe the answer. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the challenge. Okay, what is the stream setup to use a single PC? I do use a single PC, and I think my specs are over here. Okay, so what's going on in this challenge? So this is OLIcyber Web 10, HTTP the Options method. This challenge requires us to use an options method request to see which methods are supported and then send a request with an unsupported method and observe the response. So what is the options method? So the HTTP options method is used to query a server on which HTTP methods the server supports. He's got RAM, get him. I mean, I bought a bunch of RAM because I was expecting to run multiple Windows VMs as part of a lab environment, but it turns out most of the lab environments I use are platform provided, so I haven't had to use so many Windows virtual machines at the same time. Okay, if a web server is sent an HTTP request that it does not support, it may send unexpected data in its response. The options method is most commonly used by web browsers to do CORS, that is, cross-origin resource sharing, pre-flight requests, that is, to check if certain methods or content types are allowed. So that is the HTTP options method. So how do we solve this using the web browser? To solve this challenge with the web browser, we must edit and resend the initial GET request and send the options method. Options is also a critical part of CORS for your information. Thank you. 64 gigabytes, a millionaire. I mean, like I said, I was expecting to run a bunch of Windows virtual machines at the same time to learn about Active Directory and stuff like that, but it never really happened. Okay, in the resulting request response headers, we see the allow header, which lets us know which methods are supported. So let's go ahead and demonstrate that. So over here, we're going to get our URL, and then we're going to navigate to that web page. Okay, and we see here it sends back to us unauthorized. So what we're going to do is we're going to modify our request and resend it. We're going to go over to the browser more tools and then web developer tools, and then we're going to see a bunch of different tabs over here. So each one of these tabs is associated with a different tool. We want to access the network tab, so click on that and then reload the web page. So we see here we've got our request to the / endpoint, which is the landing page, we can right-click on this request, and then we can select Edit and Resend. And we can edit our request before we resend it. So the only modification we're making here is we're going to change the method that is being used from get. So click on get, and then select Options. So this sends an options request instead of a get request. After we do that, send it off, click on send, and then in the resulting response, we see it comes back 401 again, but that's fine. What we're actually looking for is inside the headers. So on the right-hand side of the screen, we can scroll down in the headers tab, and we see the allow header over here in the response. So it says allow head, options, and get. So these are the supported methods on this particular resource. So what we need to do is we need to send one that is not supported, so one that's not head or options or get. SysOS says I got 96 gigabytes of RAM on my laptop because memory was cheaper when I got it. I also put a bunch of RAM on my laptop because I was expecting to have to run virtual machines on the laptop as part of demonstrations that I would do for InfoSec meetups. Anyways, 96, I got a framework and wanted to get 64, and it was almost $1,100. I'll stick with 32 gigabytes for now. Oh, you've got a framework too. Well, I mean, I got myself a framework laptop because I told myself that it was going to be the last laptop that I would ever buy. I mean, I've had it for a couple years, and I haven't had to replace it yet. I guess I'll see in like 5 or 6 years whether or not it is actually the last laptop I'll ever buy. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Fushinzo. Thank you very much. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to send a request that is not head or options or get. So the easiest thing to do is to just send a post request. So we can click on here and then select post, because that's not on the list. And then we'll send the request. And this gives us a response 500, which is an internal server error. But what we're actually looking for is inside the file headers. So if we go down into the response headers, we see here that we've got X flag, which is the flag for this challenge. So this is what we're supposed to do. So we can copy the flag value, we can go back to the challenge, and then we can paste in the flag to finish the challenge. But of course, we've already finished this challenge before, so we're not given the option to paste in our flag value. But if you haven't finished this challenge before, you should be able to. Austin, Illinois asks RAM. The RAM for my framework, I think I got 64 like you did. No, wait. You got 32, I think. I think I got 64 for my framework. Okay, I went to framework from ThinkPad. I've been loving it so far, other than Linux DPI scaling issues. I mean, it's not a perfect laptop, but it is pretty good. I haven't had too many complaints about it. Okay, so that was the first method with the web browser. So we'll explore a couple more. So to solve this challenge with curl, we must use the -x parameter to specify the options method. So let's go ahead and do that. I think I've got... Yeah, so we'll just copy over the URL that we want to access again. Then we'll go over to our terminal. So this is the JSLinux terminal. And then we'll paste it in. So the curl command is just curl and then -x options. Okay, and then send that request off. When we send this request, we also have to get verbose output, because if you don't send a verbose output, we're not going to get the headers. And what we're actually looking for is inside the headers. Okay, Murder 1. What kind of data are you sending there? It looks kind of suspicious. Murder 1 got a 24-hour timeout from me. Yeah, that's probably the right call, SysOS. It looks like they're trying to leak out some information there. Okay, so if you send -x options, then you get you send an options request, and you get back what we're looking for here. So the allow header and the response, head, options, and get. So we know that we're supposed to send a method that's not listed over here. So we can send a post request. So xpost, because that's not in the list of options. So we get in the response, we get our x flag breaking the rules. Okay, so that was solving it using curl, and the last thing we're going to do is we're going to solve it using Python. It's not the first time that specific string was sent. I mean, I'm not too sure what the goal of this was. I mean, I'm not even too sure if it's a real person sending that message. Okay, so Python solve. So to solve this challenge with Python, we need to send the options function, and then we need to send another function that is not in the options headers. So we define an options request, that is request.options to the URL, and then we print out, well, we save the headers, then we can print them out, and then we send a put request. It doesn't need to be a put request, it just needs to be a method that is not in the options, and then we save the headers from that request, and then print those both out. So these, so the script can be found over, where did I put that thing? Over here in the walkthrough on GitHub, down at the bottom. So we see here there's this section labeled Python solution. And before we run the script, let's just talk about what the script is doing. So we import the request module, we define the URL that we want to contact, and then we make an options request to the endpoint and save the response headers. So opt request is request.options with the URL, and then we save out the headers from this object over here. So opt_rec.headers, save that as reshead. Then we print that out, and then we send another request with an unusual method to the same endpoint. So in this case it's going to be a put request, so put_rec equals request.put with the URL, and then we save the headers from the response for that request, and then we print that out. So this will all become apparent when we run the script. We're going to copy the script, and then we're going to go over to our terminal and then create the script file. So we're going to use the nano text editor, nano web10.py, and we're going to paste in the script that we copied. Click in, select paste, and then modify the formatting. Okay, just need to make sure that everything is in the right place. Okay, I think this should be okay. We'll save it out. Then we'll run the Python script. So Python web10.py. So what should come back is the options header response, as well as the put request response headers. So okay. So over here we say options request response headers. These ones over here includes the allow response header, which tells us what methods are allowed, and then we send the one that's not on the list. Put request response headers, and we get the flag here. So x flag breaking the rules. All right, so that was 3 different methods to solve this challenge. Everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Web10 HTTP the options method challenge from OLIcyber.it. As part of their Introduction to Web Security series of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we finished our demonstrations, and what we're going to do now is we're going to move into our education portion. So the education portion, we're going to do HackerFrogs After School. Let me go ahead and put that as the overlays. So this is topic number 3. It is here. Topic number 4 is on deck. Okay, so this is, let me get rid of some of these tabs I'm not using, because there's way too many of them. All right, so this is our second session for web app security basics, and let's go ahead and get started. So this is HackerFrogs After School Over the Wire with Natus, Part 2. So we're doing web app hacking. This is our second workshop for our Intro to Web App Hacking course. Let's take a few moments to review the concepts we learned in the previous workshop. Manningless says, I'm learning Python right now, and I'm also working on Linux Mint. Can you give me any tips for ethical hacking? Yeah, I mean, we've got a website on we got a thread on our Reddit. Get into Cyber. Go ahead and access it from there. So the first thing you want to ask yourself is what kind of job you want to do in ethical hacking and cybersecurity, because there's a bunch of different job roles. If you don't know which job role you want to do a bit of research, because the training for the different job roles is very different, and you don't want to do any unnecessary training, because that wouldn't be any good. Okay, let's take a few moments to review the concepts we learned in the previous workshop. We learned about directory indexing. Directory indexing is a vulnerability on websites that allows users to see the file contents of web directories, which can lead to sensitive data exposed to arbitrary website visitors. So this used to be a very common vulnerability on the older internet. You would see directory listing, and then you'd see all of the different files inside the directory. These days, it's a lot less common to see, but on older websites, you can sometimes still see this vulnerability. We learned about robots.txt. Robots.txt is a special file included on certain websites that indicate which files on the site can and cannot be indexed by search engines. It can be abused to point malicious users to sensitive parts of the website. Okay, SysOS says default Apache settings is to have directory listing enabled. Really? Enabled by default? That doesn't seem right. Okay, so we're going to continue learning about web app security basics by accessing the 4th level of the Natus game at the following URL. So let me go ahead and let me go ahead and copy the link. So this is Natus 4. Okay, so this is the website we're going to be using for our first level, or our first challenge. What we want to do is we want to supply the following username and password. So it's Natus4 as the username, and as the password, it's this right here. I'll paste it in the chat so that you can see. Okay. Just a second. Copy, paste. There you go. Okay, so let me just demonstrate what this is going to look like. So when you paste this website into your web browser, it's going to ask you for a username and password on this pop-up over here. For the username, type in Natus4, N-A-T-A-S 4, and as the password, paste in the password that I provided in the chat, the one that starts with capital Q and ends with capital Q. So you definitely don't want to type this out, because the risk of making typos is very high. So either use the Control-V keyboard shortcut, or right-click, select Paste, and then click on Sign In. And this will sign you into the level. Okay, if you're following along, and you manage to sign into Natus4, type in the chat Natus4 and then a smiley face. Okay, so before we before we start learning about what we're supposed to do for this level, let's take a look at what's here. Hey, E-Dog, nice to see you here, and Christian, thank you very much for letting us know. It says access disallowed. You are visiting from empty string, while authorized users should come only from http natus5natuslabs.overthewire.org. So if you know what's going on here, let us know in the chat. But I mean, otherwise, we'll talk about what's actually going on and what kind of concepts we're talking about. Thanto says, "Hey, am I late?" You're not late because you're on YouTube and you can rewind anytime you want. I wish I wasn't at work. Oh, no worries, no worries. Okay, so access disallowed. You're visiting from empty string, while authorized users should come from here. All right. It's I mean, it's fine if you don't understand what's going on, because, well, we're here to learn. So let's talk about what's going on in this challenge. So this is Natus 4, and we're talking about HTTP headers in this level. So each time a web browser accesses a web page, the browser makes an HTTP request to the server that hosts that page. So there's requests and responses. So the client device sends a request, and the web server that you're contacting sends a response back to your device. So the client device could be a web browser, it could be the curl program, it could be a Python program. It's the thing that's accessing the internet resource. I haven't been able to do any of my courses because I was busy learning languages. I mean, you can't do two things at the same time, can you? But I'm sure you'll come back to your courses eventually. So in each HTTP request, several headers and their values are passed along to the server to ensure that the browser and the server can communicate properly. For lazy people, oh, no worries. Oh, that's awesome. You can include your credentials. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay. So some examples of HTTP headers and what info that they provide to the web server are here below. So for example, we could have the host header, and that's the website that is being contacted. For example, the host header might contain natus4.overthewire.org. The user agent header is the type of browser that is making the request. So for example, that could be Chrome. That's the user agent header, and there's the accept header. The type of data that should be sent in response. So you'll see a lot of times when you're making curl requests and stuff like that, that the accept header is going to have */*. So */* means any type of data can be sent in response. So please keep in mind that because HTTP headers can be modified by the user before being sent, that means that the values of any HTTP headers could be spoofed, that is falsified, although default web browser behavior doesn't allow this. Although you can send custom HTTP headers with your web developer tools. It's a bit of a pain. I mean, when you're sending your curl requests, that is kind of a pain in the butt. Okay, so what we're talking about in this specific level is we're talking about the HTTP refer header. And the HTTP refer header, which is misspelled on purpose for some reason, it contains the value of a complete or a partial address of the web page that is making the request. So if you visit from another web page, the refer header usually has the web page that you're visiting it from. So this allows the web server to identify which web page users are visiting it from. Also, access granted the password for Natus 5 is. Cool thumbnail, how did you make it? Oh, are you talking about the YouTube thumbnail? Hold on, where's my YouTube thumbnail? So this one right here, right? This is all AI stuff. So I go into good old ChatGPT and I give it a bunch of prompts. It usually takes a few tries to get something I like. But yeah, it's a lot better than commissioning an artist to do it or doing it yourself. Anyways, back to web app hacking. So the refer header, this data is The data from this header can be useful for analytics and logging, etc., etc. TransUSDT says HDMI ports better than DV ports for latency. Are HDMI ports better than DV ports for latency? I mean, I'm not really too sure. I don't really use DV, but if other people in the chat know about HDMI versus DV, let us know. So, however, some developers attempt to use the value of the refer header as some sort of security mechanism for which it was not designed. So, what we're going to be using is we're going to be using the curl program. We'll actually show you a couple of different methods we could use to solve this challenge. So the curl program is a command line interface program that is common to all major computer operating systems. If you're using Linux, if you're using Windows, if you're using Mac, it should have the curl program installed on the terminal. And the program allows for the access of web pages from the CLI, but only returns text, such as HTML code. So this app allows for the modification of various HTTP variables, which normal web browsers are not capable of, unless modified. That's not true anymore. Modern web browsers are able to modify various HTTP variables using the web developer tools these days. So when we use the curl command, we need to provide a lot of different input, and the input includes stuff like the command itself, the verbose output switch, the HTTP header argument, the user authentication argument, and the web page to be accessed. We'll talk about all this when we do our demonstration. Okay, so let's demonstrate. So over here, this is the Natus web page. Let me just copy this, and then if you don't have access to a Linux terminal, you could use your Windows terminal. So go into your Windows terminal or your Mac terminal and type in well, if you're using Windows, type in CMD into your search menu, and then you should see a program called, what is it called? It should be called Command Prompt. You can click on that, and then you can start typing into the terminal there. Otherwise, you could also use this link over here for a web-accessible CLI terminal that is web-accessible. Yeah, anyways, I repeated myself, of course. Okay, so we got that copied. I'm just going to be working on my good old Kali Linux terminal here. So we're going to paste in... Oh, I pasted in the wrong thing. Just a second, everybody. So Natus 4, I'm going to copy that, paste this in over here. We're going to use curl with the -v switch over here. Oh, you know what? This doesn't work because we need to give authorization. Basic authorization. Just a second, everybody. Let me search how to do that real quick again. It's been a while. Curl, basic, authorization. Curl, basic authorization. You could use PowerShell. I mean, you could. Okay, to use basic authorization with curl, use the -u or user flag provided by your credentials. Okay, so you just need to use -u. So it's, let's see, -u Natus 4, and then paste in the password. Hold on. Okay. So this payload should work for basic access. Just make sure that the spacing doesn't get screwed up when you paste it into your terminal. So we see here that we send a bunch of different request headers when we make a request. So we send the host header, we send the authorization header, authorization basic, and our password. We send the user agent header, and we send the accept header. So in response, we also get a bunch of headers, such as the date header, the server header, the vary header, the content length header, and the content type header. So what we want to do is we want to send a custom HTTP refer header with our request. This is easier. Oh! Yeah, probably. Hold on. Let me grab that. So let's give this a try. So curl v this. Ah, okay. So this also works. So the link, the command that sysOS put in the chat. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to supply a custom header, and before we do this with curl, let's demonstrate how to do this with the web browser, because we're all more familiar with the web browser. So what we want to do on the web page here is we want to supply a refer header. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up here, we're going to open the application menu, we're going to go over to more tools, and we're going to go over to our web developer tools. Okay, in our web developer tools, we want to access the network tab. There's a bunch of different tools in here. What we want to do is we want to click on the network tab, and then we want to reload the page. So click reload up here, and we want to edit the top request over here. That's going to the slash, or the landing page. So click on that, and then right click on it, select edit and resend. This is going to let us modify the request before we send it. Oh no! Oh no, all that Australian wine going to waste. Austin, Illinois, I hope you're having a good time. Okay, Christian Rink says, turn in light, probably talked about this. Who is the gatekeeper that makes the headers check? Who is the gatekeeper that makes the headers check? Is the Nginx or Apache, or does it happen on even lower level of the router? The gatekeeper that makes the headers check? I mean, the headers check is being made by the web server. So the web server is checking to see if there's the correct header in the request, and yeah, so it's the web server that's doing the gatekeeping. Okay, so after we click on edit and resend, so it's still a GET request. We just need to go down into the headers, and we need to edit in a new one. So down after all these other headers, we can click into name here and supply refer. Okay, so it's spelled just like this. It's spelled incorrectly. And then we need to specify this over here. Authorized users should come only from this URL right here. So we're just going to copy it without the quotes. And we're going to supply this as the value to our refer header down here. So click into value, paste in what we copied up here, and then resend the request. Okay, and then, so we get a 200 OK, and if we click on response, it says access granted, the password for Natus 5 is this. So I'm pretty sure we can see this in the browser. So right click on it and then open a new tab. Oh, it doesn't copy over the request. That's unfortunate. I thought we would be able to put this in a new tab, the result of this one. So resend, open a new tab. But that's okay. We got our answer over here. So the password for Natus 5 is this. So we just need to copy this, and we need to keep this in our notes when we access Natus level 5. Okay. So this is the password for the next level. So we'll also solve this using the curl command, since we were using the curl command earlier. So we'll go back in here, and remember, this is the command we're using to access the Natus 4 level without the custom header. So if you run this command, you'll see the usual method, the usual message: access disallowed. You're visiting from empty string, while authorized users should only come from this thing right over here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to run the same command, but we're going to add an extra header. So in curl, you can supply a custom header with the -H parameter, and we're going to put in this URL that they're asking for. So we're just going to copy this. Then we're going to supply refer colon, and then the thing we just copied over. Why does it look like this? Okay, so the whole command should look something like this. I don't know if that's going to get screwed up when you paste it into your terminal. Oh, it still doesn't like this. Hold on. Did we send the refer header? Yeah, we did. Oh, we've got this extra tilde at the end. We need to get rid of that. Typo! Yeah, we sure did make a typo. You should make a video of scamming scammers. I mean, I don't do scammer payback. I don't really do scammer payback on my channel. I'm not, you know, I'm not making value judgments on people who do. It's just not something I do on my channel. Okay, so the actual command we're looking for is this. The copy paste went screwy, so it should be this one over here. So like I said, if you don't have access to a terminal, but you want to try this, command yourself, you can use this web accessible terminal over here. And let me just copy this to demonstrate how it looks like when you do it from that terminal. Go up here, paste in the command, and then hit enter. So this solves the challenge in another way. Okay, so that's just one level. We've got a couple of more levels to work through. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to access Natus level 5. So to access Natus level 5, we go back to the previous level, and we're just going to edit in the number 5 instead of the number 4 in the address. It's going to ask us for a username password. The username is Natus5, and the password is the thing that we copied. Oh, hold on. Curl command and headers to get Google search results. Was simple some years ago, was it? I don't think I've ever really used curl command to get Google search results. Okay, sign in. Access disallowed. You're not logged in. Okay, so this is the link for the next level of Natus. And if you're logged into Natus level 5 using the password that we provided, let us know in the chat by typing in Natus5 smiley face, or multiple smiley faces if you like. You should see this message over here: access disallowed, you're not logged in. So we're just talking about the refer header in the previous level. We're going to be talking about a new header in this level. So access disallowed, you are not logged in. So, I mean, my question is, what is the thing that determines if you're logged in or not on a web page? So there's a certain thing that you get that you have to send with your request to be quote-unquote logged in to a website. What could that thing be? Okay, and thank you, SysOS Master, for providing the direct link. SysOS Master says, state determines it, so something that would track the state. Something that tracks the state. Okay, you're not logged in. let's talk about this. Sessions? Yeah, we are talking about sessions, JOLs. So what we're talking about is cookies. So the HTTP cookie header. So some people think that headers and cookies are separate things, but cookies are a type of HTTP header. Another extremely common HTTP header is the cookie header, which is used to retain user settings or establish or maintain a user session on a website. Depends on the server authorization method. It could be a bearer token or a session token or something else. I mean, these all take the form of cookies, right? So the bearer token is a cookie. The session token is a cookie. The thing that lets you stay logged in is a cookie. So for example, a website has a button on its user preferences page, which sets the web page background for the website. Once the color is selected, the web server will send a cookie to the web browser to be used anytime the website is visited, changing the website's background colors to whatever is specified in the cookie. I mean, cookies are used for persistent settings on a website. Is this Doctor Who? Is it Doctor Who? Similarly, when a user successfully logs into a website, the web server will send the web browser a cookie that identifies which user session is being used, and the browser will use that cookie each time the website is accessed. So when you log into a website, the web server will send your web browser a cookie that indicates the user session that you're using. Oh, the music. No, the music is Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2, the big sci-fi game. So any cookie that is used for user sessions has the potential for security abuse. So it's important that the cookie values created for user sessions are not predictable at all. So usually when you get a like a session cookie, it's going to be a large, like a long string of random numbers and letters. And if it's not, then that's a bad thing. Is it possible to do edit and resend on Chrome? I think it is. I think it is, Modney. Let me give that a try. Does anybody know offhand if edit and resend is a feature on Chrome DevTools? Okay, let me just grab a quick Chrome browser, and then we'll give that a try. Okay, here's my Chrome browser, and then we'll go to google.com. Actually, we'll try the Natus link. It doesn't show for you, really? Huh. Okay, so I'll just paste this into my page. Just as a precaution, I'm going to hide my. I'm just going to hide my screen for a bit, because sometimes the Burp Suite browser leaks my IP address. So just a second, everybody. New cookie time? Okay. Okay, so my IP wasn't leaked, so I guess I can show everybody my screen. Okay, so we're gonna go over to the Chrome Web Developer Tools. So more tools, developer tools, and then we're looking at the network tab. So the network tab, we reload, and we're just gonna see if we can modify send and resend it. So where's the thing? So index.php over here. Where is it? Okay, so index.php, we're going to right click it, and then we're going to select I don't see the resend option over here. Let me do a quick search. That's how yours looks, okay. Let's do a quick Google search. Let's see. Chrome browser network dev tool modify and resend request. Okay, to modify and resend a network request in Chrome DevTools, open the Network tab, right-click a request, and select Edit and Resend to modify headers. Alternatively, use copy as fetch to edit and run it in the console, or override content. Right-click a request and then select Edit and Resend. Yeah, I didn't see that. Hold on, let me go back. So we're looking at index.php, right-click. It said, when I asked DeepSeek, it said that Chrome doesn't support edit and resend. So I guess we can't really do it inside of Chrome, but you definitely can do it inside of Firefox. So if you want to do it inside of the web browser, you might want to try using it with doing it with Firefox. But I'm going to look into it. I'm going to look into editing and resending with Chrome, so that I know the answer next time. Okay, so we're looking at Natus number 5, and we're talking about HTTP cookie headers. So HTTP methods, HTTP cookie header. So, I mean, cookies is something that we can access in every web browser. Well, not every web browser, most web browsers. So if we go over to Natus number 5 here, it says access disallowed, you're not logged in. What you want to do is you want to go over to your web developer tools again. So click on more tools, web developer tools, and you should, and it asks us for authentication again. Let me grab that password. So Natus 5. Okay, so in the web developer tools, you can go over to the storage tab. So the storage tab is where your cookies are going to be kept for specific websites. So click on storage, and then under cookies, you should see the website Natus 5. So over here, there are 3 different cookies we've got. We've got 2 Google cookies for some reason. I'm not too sure where those came from. But there's another cookie called logged in. So the cookie's called logged in, and it says you're not logged in. The cookie value for logged in is 0. So can you think of something that might log us in if the current value is 0 and we're not logged in? So in computing, the values 0, the values 0 and 1 are associated with the Boolean values false and true, respectively. So 0 is false and 1 is true. So if you switch the value in this case from 0 to 1, so go in here, edit the value to 1, hit enter, and then reload the page, it's going to use the new cookie that has the value of 1 instead of the value of 0. And then we are logged in. Okay, Christian Rink says 1 or -1 or some strange value like null. I mean, sometimes anything that's not 0 is also going to count as true, depending on what kind of system you're dealing with. Okay, so access granted, the password for Natus 6 is this thing over here. So I mean, we can copy this, and this is the goal. NATS 6. Okay. Chell L says, as far as I know, booleans are set to true to anything but 0, but could you try a funky value? I mean, we could. Let's give it a try. Go into more tools, we'll go over to Web Developer Tools. We'll set our logged in cookie to A. We'll set it to A, and then we'll try reloading and see if... Okay, so it says access disallowed, you're not logged in. So the cookie value of A didn't work. It reset it to 0. We could also set this to like -1 and see if it reacts to this. Oh, -1 works, but it doesn't like non-numerical input. Okay, so Austin says, does Windows 10 have more backdoors than Windows 11? I mean, Windows 10 has to have more backdoors than Windows 11 because... Okay, I'm not gonna make wide generalizations. I'd say that Windows 10 probably has more discovered backdoors than Windows 11 because Windows 10 is older than Windows 11. Of course, I mean, nothing is for sure. That's just a guess of mine. Logged in equals leet. No backdoors, only back windows. That makes more sense. Okay, so logged in equals... I mean, we could put in any number we want, right? That's not 0. So we could do 0001. Does this count? This still counts. Okay, this is still good. Okay, let's put on some new music. I love when TTS reads my username. Do the Ghostbusters music. I mean, I've got I have like a set list of music that is that I know works for YouTube and isn't going to get me in trouble. I'm not too sure if the Ghostbusters music is on that list or not. I need to test these things beforehand because I don't want to get my my stream in trouble. Thank you very much for subscribing, Mr. Parker. Thank you very much. Okay, so what were we talking about here? So yeah, cookies. So we can demonstrate this over here as well. And let me grab the link from our good friend SysOS Master for NATS number 5. Let's not use copyright music, not okay for streaming. I mean, I like the copyrighted music. It's just that we need to use the right copyrighted music to get around the system. The YouTube system in this case. Okay, so we could use this curl command over here, the one that SysOS Master provided. Lives are underrated, you deserve more followers. I'm sure if I work long enough and hard enough on the YouTube algorithm, it'll show me to new. Not okay for streaming was important there. Yes, of course. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're supplying a custom cookie. So -h lets you supply your custom cookie. In this case, is cookie logged in equals leet. Of course, we could also supply like -b to supply our own cookies as well. So -b logged in equals 1, and this gives the same result. Okay, so I think we've got one more level in us before we need to move on. So what we're going to do is we're going to access NATS level 6. NATS 6, thank you. Thank you very much, SysOS Master. Okay, you can use the link that SysOS Master has graciously provided to us in chat. Okay. So if you're logged into Natus number 6 through any of the methods that we used before, let us know by typing in Natus 6 smiley face like this. Didn't have that ready to go, of course. All right, so we're working on Natus level 6 over here, and we're doing input secret. Input secret, huh? Bear it back in case you need a break. Where are the birds at? Hope they are fine. The birds are always doing okay. They're always very happy and well fed over here. All right, so we've got a web page. We've got a little input field, input secret. We type in test, submit the query. What happens? Okay, we get the response wrong secret. So something's going on in here. We also get our source code. So view source code, we can click on this link, and it lets us know what code is being used to run the web application. Okay, so this is PHP code over here. I mean, if you don't know PHP code, what you'd need to do to solve this level is to do a little bit of research about how the code interacts with the web page. So the actual important part we need to pay attention to is actually at the top of the code over here. So includes /secret.inc. One way that we know that we're dealing with the PHP language is that they've got very specific brackets that start and end the code. So inside of PHP, if you see bracket question mark and then question mark bracket, this is a pretty obvious tell that we're dealing with PHP code. You ever played Missile Command? I don't think I have, although the name of the game seems kind of familiar. So if we did a little bit of research over here, we could probably feed this to, like, you know, any of our good old AI friends. It could probably give us like a summary of what's going on. If you don't know a programming language and you need the AI to explain what some code is doing, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad about having to use the AI to explain it to you. It's just that you shouldn't be using the AI as a crutch for writing code. If you don't know coding in the first place, then, I mean, there's no shame in asking the AI to help you out. What is this PHP code doing? Okay. So this PHP code is from over-the-wire Natus level 6, a CTF wargame. Okay, well, I mean, it knows exactly what this is. Okay. So includes secret.inc, which defines a secret variable. Checks if a post parameter named submit exists, form was submitted. Compares the user's submitted post request against the secret variable from the included file. So, I mean, let's go back to the code over here, and I'll try to explain it the best I can. So the PHP code is if array key exists, submit post. So if there's a post request submitted, and if the secret variable is equal to the secret in the post request, then print access granted, the password for Natus 7 is something, or else print wrong secret. So what the code is doing is it's comparing the secret that we send in the post request. So basically, where is it? So whatever we send in here is considered our secret by the source code. It compares it against a variable called secret over here. And if it's the same value, then it says access granted, the password for Natus 7 is something. So the question is, where is the secret variable? So the secret variable isn't defined here. So the secret variable has to be somewhere else. If you've got the answer for where the secret variable is, let us know in the chat. So SysOS Master says include. So what web server platform would this be for? In the web root? I mean, the answer is here. So the include keyword in PHP is going to load in code from a different location in a different file. So in this case, include points to another directory called includes, and it's this file right here that it's pulling the code from, secret.inc. So what web server platform would this be for? I mean, this is just an example of a vulnerable web app over here for the not a CTF game, you know. It's not really production server code or anything. Okay, so we know that the variable secret is being pulled in from another file, secret.inc, inside the includes directory. So if we grab this location here and we copy it, then we visit that directory from the landing page, then we see a blank file. So can anybody tell me why we see a blank file? This is the link that we're looking at over here, but we don't see anything in the web browser. So can somebody tell me why we don't see anything? So the reason why we don't see anything when we open up this file is because the contents of the secret.inc file is PHP code, and PHP code isn't, well, the PHP code doesn't print anything out. It's lemon juice style. It's kind of lemon juice style. No body content, only PHP stuff. So the PHP code is running inside of secret.inc. We could probably, well, I mean, it's not guaranteed, but in this case, .inc files, you're able to take a look at the source code. So we can view page source, and inside here, there's nothing being printed out. So because there's nothing being printed out by the PHP code, we don't see anything in the browser. But the only thing that's between our PHP code tags over here is this secret. So secret is this string over here. PHP code is commented out by default. I mean, the PHP code gets rendered, so you'll never really see PHP code on a web page unless it's explicitly allowed. So this is the string we're looking for over here. So if we copy this, we know that this is the value of the secret variable from the previous page that we're looking at. So we go back here and we input this string that we copied from the other file, click on submit, then we get the password. The password for now to 7 is this. So we can copy this and we can keep this for our records. Cookie time? I'm not too sure if cookies are what we're looking for in this case. I think I skipped out on the presentation part. So P6 is, oh, okay. We just take a little break to talk about HTTP methods. So all HTTP requests are made with a specific HTTP method, sometimes called an HTTP verb. So web pages send the browser different content depending on which HTTP method is used. So if you send a web page a GET request versus a POST request, it'll give you different results. The most common HTTP methods are the GET and POST methods. So the GET method is just going to get the contents of a web page, and the POST method is going to send data from your web browser or whatever device, your client device, over to the web server. So there's a bunch of different HTTP request methods. So there's the GET method, the POST method, the PUT method, delete, patch, head, options, trace, connect. These all do different things, but most of these HTTP request methods are not very commonly used. The most commonly used ones are stuff like get and post and head and options. Okay, so I think we've got enough time to do a couple of exercises before we wrap this up. So let's see. Where did I put that thing? Okay, so we've got a few Pico CTF challenges we can try out to reinforce the stuff we learned in this lesson. So here's a link. Oh, nope, that's more than a link. Hold on. This is the link. So if you have an account over at Pico CTF, then you can access this challenge. If you don't have an account at Pico CTF, you can make one for free. Exercise them frog legs, yup. Okay, so after you're logged into Pico CTF, you can paste in the challenge link. And this is the challenge we're going to be doing. Where are the robots? Oh, hold on. We don't want this one. We want another one. Let me get that. We want to get the cookies challenge. Let's just do that in here. Okay, so here's the cookies challenge. Let me just get you the link. Here you go. Okay, the cookies challenge. Who doesn't love cookies? Try to figure out the best one. Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So in this challenge, you need to be logged in and you need to launch the instance. I can give everybody the link for my instance, and then you can piggyback off that one. Okay, so this is the one that we're using right here. So the challenge is called cookies, so we probably need to be paying attention to cookies to solve the challenge. Just paste this into my web browser. Welcome to my cookie search page. See how much I like different types of cookies. So I mean, this is a little more difficult than the stuff that we saw over at the Natus challenge. So we can type in, I don't know, chocolate chip or oatmeal. Oatmeal's a type of cookie, right? Search for that. And it says that doesn't appear to be a valid cookie. Huh. How about ginger snap? Macaroons are the best. Macaroons. Let's see if macaroons is on the list. Macaroon. Cake woes? I mean, I'm not too sure. I love macaroon cookies. Okay, so macaroon is on the list. I'm not too sure if cake woes would be on the list. But, I mean, we're talking about cookies here. What we want to do is we want to find the correct cookie value for this challenge. If we go over to our web developer tools and take a look at the cookies, we can see that the cookies are in this format here. So name equals 19, for example. I absolutely adore a good soft molasses cookie as well. Okay, so we see here that the cookies are a numeric value. So anytime you've got a numeric value for a cookie, that's not a good thing. Because we could go in here and we could manually change the numeric value and then reload the page. And it says I love chocolate chip cookies. So the number 1 is chocolate chip. It still says that is a cookie, not very special though. I mean, we could probably do some brute forcing. I love oatmeal raisin cookies. And what we can do is we can go in here, we can do a brute force kind of attack to figure out which cookie is valid. We could use something like FFUF. Oh, you know what we do first? So, okay. What we're going to do is we're going to use like a little fuzzing tool. The number 0? I mean, we could also use the number 0. I love snickerdoodle cookies. So 0 is snickerdoodle cookies. So what we can do is we can create a little list of like 100 numbers with the sequence command 0 to 20 numbers.txt. Let's do 0 to 100. And then we can test every single cookie from 0 to 100 using a brute forcer tool. So we could use ffuf. I mean, you could probably use like a Python script to do this as well. It's just that I'm going to use ffuf because it's a very quick tool that we can use. If you've got access to like a Kali Linux machine, you should be able to get access to this tool. Okay, so we want to access the web app here, and it's this one over here. Just copy that. So it's the check endpoint, and we're going to supply a custom cookie. Cookie. What was the name of the cookie again? It's like name. So cookie name equals, its name equals fuzz. Okay, send this off. Nope, it doesn't like this. Oh, okay. Okay, so we sent this whole thing. We got a bunch of 200 responses, and what we're going to do is we're just going to edit out everything that we don't like here. So we don't like the 302s. Filter on 302. And we notice here that there's one response with a much smaller content size. So everything else is coming back as 313 words or 314 words. This one only comes back as 247 words. So this is the 18 cookie. What's the WebSocket? Well, we're going to talk about the WebSocket pretty soon. Okay, so let's go back and we'll supply 18 as the value for the cookie, and we'll reload the page. Okay, so I mean, you didn't need to use the fuzzing tool. It's just that the fuzzing tool made it a lot faster for us to find the answer. You could have just cycled through every number from 0 to 18, and then eventually the number 18 would have given you the answer. So this is the flag for this challenge. We'll copy it, we'll go back to the challenge, and we'll submit this, and then we're done. Why is it 18? I mean, it was like a random value. You would have used, I mean, the challenge wants you to do some brute forcing, because there's no way you're really gonna guess that it's the number 18 here. Nothing really indicates that. Okay, because the Cookie Monster ate the number 42. Maybe. Why is the cookie named Fuzz? So, I mean, this is just how this tool works. The tool we're using here is called FFUF, Fuzz Faster You Fool. Cookie name equals fuzz means take everything in the numbers.txt file and sub it in for the cookie name over here. So the numbers.txt file just has a bunch of numbers. What is the number 18 to binary? The number 18 to binary? I mean, I could probably figure it out. I could probably figure it out really fast. So we've got number 18 to binary. So the first binary digit is the number itself, and there's the number 2, and the number 4, and then the number 8, and number 16. the number 18 to binary, it's 10010. This should be the number 18. 1010. Hold on. So this is 2, and this is 18. Let me double check. Binary, decimal to binary. So decimal to binary, decimal number 18, convert. 10010. Yeah, okay, okay. No worries. Anyways, let's go ahead and move on to the next topic. We'll do our summary, and then where are we? Let's review the web exploitation concepts we learned in today's workshop. Thank you very much for Brolis. Thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. Thank you very much, Brolis. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can find out how to subscribe to your favorite Twitch streamer, who might be me, with this link over here. Thank you very much, Brolis. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, summary for today's lesson. We learned about the HTTP refer header. The HTTP refer header, which is misspelled on purpose, contains the value of a complete or partial address of the web page that is making the request. It's often used for analytics and logging. The HTTP refer header is occasionally used by web app developers as a security mechanism, but this is not a good practice because it was never intended to be used in such a way. We also learned about HTTP cookie headers. HTTP cookies are commonly used as a security mechanism that allows users to maintain an authenticated user session on a website. In short, HTTP cookies allow users to log into websites. But since cookie values can be modified by the user, proper care should be taken to ensure that valid cookie values are not predictable or easily guessed. It was retroactively qualified as misspelled on purpose. By the way, thank you. Okay, so what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School web app hacking workshop, we'll be learning more web app hacking skills with the Natus CTF. Oh, you know what? I might have done one extra level. Oh well, that's okay. Okay, I'm curious, what do you gain from these lives? I grow my channel. More people follow and subscribe. I guess. People watch ads. I can earn a little bit of money that way. Okay, so what are we doing for the next topic? Topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. Topic 5 is on deck. Slizer has just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Wow! Thank you very much. Much appreciated, thank you. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Thank you very much, Slizer. Okay, like I said, if you have Twitch Prime, you can subscribe to your favorite Twitch streamer, and the YouTube video over here and the link, it'll show you how. Alright, so what are we doing now? We're doing PortSwigger. Let me get rid of the stuff we're not using here, and then we can move on to the next topic. Okay, everybody, we're taking a look at this page. Off topic, why are birds so shy? We feed them on purpose. They don't seem to understand. When will you finally teach us how to hack Facebook or NASA? Facebook or NASA? I mean, let me teach you how to hack Facebook or NASA. So, for any one of these big websites, you can type in the name of the website, like Facebook, and then type in bug bounty program. And on this page over here, it'll show you how to legally hack Facebook or NASA or some other place. Just do a little bit of research. Don't forget the clock. Thank you, SysOS Master. Okay, so we got 60 minutes. and we're going to be learning about WebSockets over here. So a lot of people don't know what WebSockets are. I didn't know when I started learning about WebSockets. Let's talk about what they are. Okay, testing for WebSocket security vulnerabilities. In this section, we'll be explaining how to manipulate WebSocket messages and connections. WS or WSS, that's the protocol name. Yeah. So describe the different kinds of security vulnerabilities that can arise with WebSockets and give some examples of exploiting WebSockets vulnerabilities. So WebSockets. WebSockets are widely used in modern web applications. They are initiated over HTTP and provide long-lived connections with asynchronous communication in both directions. So we connect the WebSockets, and then the WebSocket can be used to send messages between the client and the server. Okay, what are WebSockets? I guess we can learn a little bit more about what WebSockets are over here. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay, WebSockets. WebSockets are bidirectional, fully duplex communications protocols initiated over HTTP. They are commonly used in modern web applications for streaming data and other asynchronous traffic. In this section, we'll explain the difference between HTTP and WebSockets, describe how WebSocket connections are established, and outline what WebSocket messages look like. Okay, so it's a connection, it's a duplex connection. Asynchronous means that it's not sending at the same time, I think. So what is the difference between HTTP and WebSockets? Most communication between web browsers and servers and websites use HTTP. With HTTP, the client sends a request and the server returns a response. Typically, the response occurs immediately and the transaction is complete. Even if the network connection stays open, this will be used for a separate transaction of a request and a response. So some modern websites use WebSockets. WebSocket connections are initiated over HTTP and are typically long-lived. Messages can be sent in either direction at any time and are not transactional in nature. The connection will normally stay open and idle until either the client or the server is ready to send a message. Oh, okay. You can send and receive at the same time. That's asynchronous. Okay, Escurismo says, have you done any lives that showcase OSINT tools? I mean, we did some OSINT stuff like last week. We were doing a Try Hack Me module. What was it? It was called Missing Person, this one over here. And we're also doing some OSINT challenges. Let me see if I can get. Let's see, where is it? This one over here. If you want to take a look at that one, we were doing a bunch of OSINT stuff towards the latter half of the stream. We don't block the server while we're waiting for the answer. Oh, okay. All right. Let's do a little bit more reading of the literature here. Okay, WebSockets are particularly useful in situations where low latency or server-initiated messages are required, such as real-time feeds of financial data. So I guess WebSockets are involved in all of your fintech applications. So how are WebSocket connections established? WebSocket connections are normally created using client-side JavaScript like the following. So WS equals new WebSocket. We got the URL over here. Okay, so WebSocket secure normalwebsite.com/chat. So the WSS protocol establishes a WebSocket over an encrypted TLS connection Well, the WS protocol uses an unencrypted connection. So WSS is associated with TLS, that is HTTPS, and WS is associated with unencrypted protocols such as regular old HTTP. So to establish the connection, the browser and the server perform a WebSocket handshake over HTTP. The browser issues a WebSocket handshake request like the following. So get the chat endpoint, secure WebSocket version 13, secure WebSocket key is sent over, and then we include the what is it called? The request header upgrade WebSocket. Java, no wonder why they have so many hackers back in the day. Are we using Java in this case? Wait, where is it? No, this is JavaScript. If the server accepts a connection, it returns a WebSocket handshake response like the following. So HTTP response 101, switching protocols, connection upgrade WebSocket. Sec WebSocket accept. I mean, some encrypted stuff over here. This looks like base64 encoded information. So at this point, the network connection remains open and can be used to send WebSocket messages in either direction. Several features of WebSocket handshake messages are worth noting. So the connection and upgrade headers in the request and response indicate that this was a WebSocket handshake. The sec WebSocket version request header specifies the WebSocket protocol version that the client wishes to use. This is typically 13. The sec WebSocket key request header contains a base64 encoded random value, which should be randomly generated in each handshake request. The sec WebSocket accept response header contains a hash of the value submitted in the sec WebSocket key request header, concatenated with a specific string defined in the protocol specification. This is done to prevent misleading responses resulting from misconfigured servers or caching proxies. WebSockets deliver data in real time. I mean, I hear that they're very often used in chat applications. Christian Ring says WebSockets allow us to not have to make the handshake authentication over and over again, as it would be with simple REST requests. A WebSocket is a bi-directional pipeline. Okay, so what do WebSocket messages look like? Once a WebSocket connection has been established, messages can be sent asynchronously in either direction by the client or the server. A simple message could be sent from the browser using a client-side JavaScript like the following. ws.send Peter Wiener. This is PortSwigger we're dealing with, so Peter Wiener, or Wiener Peter, is a pretty common username over here. So in principle, the WebSocket messages can contain any content or data format. In modern applications, it is common for JSON to be sent to be used to send structured data within the WebSocket messages. So for example, a chat application using WebSockets might send a message like the following. So let's see. So, I mean, this is JSON formatted information. So we have pairs of key values. So user, helpline, content. I wanted to be a PlayStation growing up, not a device to answer your inane questions. Should have been Peter Griffin. Maybe. So once you get a handshake, that's it. Once you get the handshake, then you can send messages between each other. So the server can send you messages, or you can send the server messages. Okay, this is going way over my head, but I'll look at it later. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that this is super beginner-friendly materials because WebSockets are not typically the first thing they teach you when they teach you about web development, but they're an interesting technology. Okay, so we read about this stuff. Now let's read about how to abuse this stuff. So what do we got? So it looks like using WebSockets from the browser to the server, we can send messages back and forth, and then we can do all sorts of malicious exploits, stuff like cross-site scripting, server-side request forgery, SQL injection, external XML entities, and server-side request forgery, etc., etc. Now I feel bad for all the chatbots that all wanted to be PlayStation when they grew up, of course. Let's begin with WebSockets for Web Dev 101, the only way the dedicated will stick around. I mean, we did all of our beginner-friendly content earlier in the stream, so we need to... Each stream we do some beginner-friendly content, we do some stuff that's a little bit less beginner-friendly, and I guess this would count as a little bit less beginner-friendly. So, okay, manipulating WebSocket traffic. So finding WebSocket security vulnerabilities generally involves manipulating them in ways that the application doesn't expect. You can do this using Burp Suite. You can use Burp Suite to intercept and modify WebSocket messages, replay and generate new WebSocket messages, manipulate WebSocket connections. Okay, so intercepting and modifying WebSocket messages, you can use the Burp Suite proxy to intercept and modify WebSocket messages as follows. Okay, so we're just going to follow the guide over here. Making a joke? No worries, no worries. Corpos ruin everything. No worries, no worries. Anyways, so what we're going to do is we have Burp Suite open already. So, alright. So what you want to do is you want to open up Burp Suite, and what do they want us to do here? Open Burp Suite's browser. Browse to the application function that uses WebSockets. You can determine that WebSockets are being used by the application, and then look for entries appearing in the WebSockets History tab within Burp Proxy. In the Intercept tab of Burp Proxy, ensure that interception is turned on. When a WebSocket message is sent from the browser or server, it will be displayed in the Intercept Proxy, free to view or modify. Press the forward button to forward the message. Okay. So you can configure whether the client to server or client to server to client messages are intercepted in Burp Proxy. Do this in the settings dialog. Okay, have a good one. I hope you have a good time, Austin, Illinois. Replaying and generating new WebSocket messages. Okay, manipulating WebSocket connections. Okay, so we'll come back to this stuff later, but let's read a little bit more about security vulnerabilities. So in principle, practically any web security vulnerability might arise in relation to WebSockets. So user-supplied input transmitted to the server might be processed in unsafe ways, leading to vulnerabilities such as SQL injection or XML external entity injection. Some blind vulnerabilities reached via WebSockets might only be detectable using out-of-band OAST techniques. If attacker-controlled data is transmitted via WebSockets to other application users, then it might lead to an XSS or other client-side vulnerabilities. Manipulating WebSocket messages to exploit vulnerabilities. The majority of input-based vulnerabilities affecting WebSockets can be found and exploited by tampering with the contents of WebSocket messages. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Complex Robbie. Thank you. So for example, suppose a chat application uses WebSockets to send chat messages between the browser and the server. When a user types in a chat message, a WebSocket message like the following is sent to the server. Message, hello Carlos. The contents of the message are transmitted, again via WebSockets, to another chat user and rendered in the user's browser as follows. So TD, I'm not too sure what the TD tag is, but hello Carlos. Let me look that up real quick. So this is an HTML tags. HTML TD tag. Oh, this is a data cell. Okay. We got Carlos again. Poor Carlos. Table definition is TD. Okay. Okay, in this situation, provided no other input processing or defenses are in play, an attacker can perform a proof of concept XSS cross-site scripting attack by submitting the following WebSocket message. So the message contains a XSS payload over here. So image source 1 on error alert. So source 1, I mean, here we're trying to supply some sort of image, but the image is not valid. So it's going to error out, and on the error, we display a message, alert 1. I always call it table data. Okay, so we're going to be doing this lab over here, which is probably going to use this exact payload. So manipulating WebSocket messages to exploit vulnerabilities. So we're just going to open it up. If you want to do this yourself, here's the link. Okay, so what do we got here? Manipulating WebSocket messages to exploit vulnerabilities. This online shop has a live chat feature implemented using WebSockets. Chat messages that you submit are viewed by a support agent in real time. To solve the lab, use a WebSocket message to trigger an alert pop up in the support agent's browser. Okay, so we'll activate the lab. Aim to log in. So one thing I really like about PortSwigger is that they provide all of their labs for free. If you have an account over at PortSwigger, you can use you can check out all of the interactive labs that they have without having to sign up for like a paid service. Okay, so let's log into this through Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, we can open up the browser. Because it's going to be through Burp Suite that we manipulate the WebSocket requests. Or the WebSocket, the WebSocket requests, we're going to manipulate them using Burp Suite. We can't use a regular web browser to do this. Maybe we could if we had some custom plugins. They want you to buy their overpriced products, though. That's true. The unfortunate part about PortSwigger is that they've got kind of a monopoly on the tool market. So the security testing tools, PortSwigger Burp Suite is pretty much the standard tool for web app security testing. And the license costs like $475 per year to use their tool. There are some alternatives out there, it's just that the alternatives are not very popular. Anyways, Kaido is challenging that among others. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Kaido. I really need to teach myself how to use that one of these days. Okay. So we're going to go over to the Burp Suite browser, and we're going to go over to the live chat. Because, well, chat functions are usually one of those functions that are usually implemented using WebSockets. So type in the message, test message. Actually, let's do HackerFrogs. Like and subscribe. There you go. What about OWASP Zap? I mean, the Zap tool is something that I haven't been keeping track of it in a while, and I'm not too sure if OWASP produces it anymore. Zap proxy. Zapproxy.org, is this the official website? Okay, it's not being maintained by OWASP, it's being maintained by this other company called Checkmarks. The Frog talked about this in the other videos, just look them up. OWASP Zap or something else. Is the music a little too loud today? Is it too loud? Let me turn down the music a bit then. Okay, let me know how all the volume is now. Okay, so we accessed the WebSocket, and now we should Now we can see in here, we've got WebSockets history. WebSockets history doesn't appear unless there is WebSocket traffic. So let's take a look at our WebSocket traffic over here. So we've got ping. I guess we receive a lot of pings. Ping pong, ping pong. Okay. And I think we sent one message. So we should see our message over here. User connected, content now chatting with helpline. Okay, so this was the actual message, and we sent a message to the server here. Message HackerFrogs like and subscribe. Audio good on my end. Better now, thank you. No worries. Burp Suite versus OWASP Zap pre-versions versus AI enhancing. Static exploiting. I mean, I'd say that most of the time you can do what you want to do inside of the free version of Burp Suite. I mean, we should probably endorse free tools more than we do. But if you're just learning about web app security testing, you're probably better off learning the free version of Burp Suite rather than learning a free tool, because when you do the job professionally, you will be using Burp Suite. Almost guaranteed. Okay, how is $500 overpriced for a tool that you can use most of the tools options for free anyways, created by researchers to provide the most recent web vulnerabilities for years? Look at the Nessus license and we can talk about overpriced tools. I mean, it's kind of the price of admission if you want to get all the features of the Burp Suite tool. Of course, you can do a lot of stuff with Burp Suite, even with the free version. Okay, and somebody else talked about OpenClaw. I mean, I haven't done very much about with like agentic AI tools. Most of the time on this channel, we're focusing on like beginner level stuff. Agentic AI, I haven't gotten around to learning about. Okay, do you know about the Mythos AI by Claude? Its cybersecurity is going to be replaced by AI in the future. I mean, I don't know about AI replacing all the cybersecurity people in the future. I hope that doesn't happen. If it happens, then we're all in really big trouble. But yeah, I mean, overpriced tools. It's a kind of a controversial thing to say. $500 per year, is it overpriced? It's not free, but is $500 okay? Maybe. Is your boss going to pay for it most of the time? Yes. So Burp Suite price, annual fee, annual license. So like something in the neighborhood of $500. I think it's like $475. Most of the time, your boss pays for it. The only reason you would pay for the license yourself, is that how you spell license? Yeah. The only reason you would pay for it yourself is if you work for yourself. For example, you're a bug bounty hunter. You pay out of pocket. I guess it's pocket change for all the six-figure security professionals. I mean, if you make a lot of money through web app security testing already, and this is your job, then the $500 fee, you'll eat that pretty easily. But if you're a person who's just getting into it and you don't have a lot of money, then $500 is a lot of money. The thing is that you don't need to pay for the license until you're actually making use of the tools. And most of the time, when you're learning, you don't need to have the paid version of it. Oh, that's not how you spell license. Okay. Okay, let's talk more about this lab. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to activate some sort of cross-site scripting. And the way we can activate the cross-site scripting through the WebSocket, it's probably going to be a payload just like this. So message image source 1 on error alert. So we'll copy this, and then we'll go over to Burp Suite, and we're going to create a new message. So our previous message was this. So we can send this to the repeater. And in the Burp Suite repeater, we can edit our payload for the WebSocket. So in this case, the content is going to be the cross-site scripting, the cross-site scripting payload right here. Just need to make sure that. Okay, so we can send this, and this will probably solve the lab, because everybody else that sees this is going to get their cross-site scripting pop-up alert. So send it off. Okay, and we got our alert message here. Okay, let's keep up with the messages. So as an AI graduate, these AI tools are not meant for the general public. Everyone feels like they can build everything. They're falling into a marketing trap. These tools are just there to improve actual experts. Zelange, hello, nice to see you here. Do you think it's possible for someone to learn pen testing or cybersecurity online or by watching videos? I mean, I did. So yeah, it's possible. You need more than just watching, you actually need to do it. But you can learn it online, yes. I mean, we're assuming that everybody is getting hands-on, and they're not just watching videos, they're also doing exercises. And I mean, this is what I advocate over here. You can learn it yourself. We have a web page to help people get into cybersecurity. We've got education resources that people can use. Okay, Samwise says, so the actual script does not need the message inside of it. The actual script does not need the message inside of it. So, I mean, what we're doing here is we're taking advantage of another vulnerability called cross-site scripting. And cross-site scripting is going to execute JavaScript commands. In this case, we're doing something benign, just opening up an alert, like an alert pop-up. But cross-site scripting vulnerabilities can be used to do all sorts of other nefarious things. Okay, so I think we're finished. We'll reload the page. And are we done? It doesn't look like we're done. Hold on. Let's take a look at the so the solve the lab, use the WebSocket message to trigger an alert pop-up in the support agent's browser. In the support agent's browser. Thank you very much, Devin William Butcher, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. To solve the lab, use a WebSocket message to trigger an alert pop-up in the support agent's browser. I mean, I thought we just did that. So content cross-site scripting payload. So alert 1, I mean, it could be anything in here. We could put in something like, I don't know, HackerFrogs like and subscribe. Oh, we can't put in spaces.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Thank you very much, Defus, for redeeming the war games. Like and subscribe. Okay, send that off. I guess we're not. Oh, we're not connected right now. Hold on. We need to reconnect. And then send it. Okay, I wonder if that went through. War Games, love that movie. Okay, let's go back. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can put our payload directly in here. So if our payload is like a cross-site scripting payload, let's just put it directly in the chat box. And see if it works this way. Okay, send it off. Did you send it to the server or to the client? I mean, we were... Let's go back. So this is send to server. Send to server here. Try saying it off. I don't think I'm properly connected here. Let's go back. So I'll try spotting our message. Special message. We'll just send this off. Okay, and then we can find this inside of our burp suite history. So proxy WebSockets history. We'll go down to the bottom. To server. Special message. We'll send this to the repeater. And then in here, we'll put in our cross-site scripting payload. So it's something like this. Okay, and then send it off. Yeah, and then we get, well, I mean, this is reflected so we see it. But this should, yeah, this solves the lab. Okay. I wonder why it didn't go through before. It didn't consider ourselves solved the lab the last time we did it. Okay. War Games is currently free to watch on YouTube. Really? Huh. Interesting. I need to look into that. Maybe you sent it and unreflected. I think the WebSocket might have closed when I sent the payload previously, so that's why it didn't register on the website. But yeah, we finished it. So we were able to use Burp Suite to send a cross-site scripting payload through the WebSocket. Okay, so this is done. Let's go back. So the next thing we're going to be learning about is, where is it? Manipulating the WebSocket handshake to exploit vulnerabilities. So some WebSocket vulnerabilities can only be found and exploited by manipulating the WebSocket handshake. These vulnerabilities tend to involve design flaws such as misplaced trust in HTTP headers to perform security decisions, such as the x-forwarded4 header, flaws in session handling mechanisms, since the session context in which the WebSocket messages are processed is generally determined by the session context of the handshake message, or attack surface introduced by custom HTTP headers used by the application. They usually offer some rotating free movies on their movie section. I mean, the YouTube movie section is not really something I look into very often, but I should probably pay attention to more divas. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. Okay, so the next lab is manipulating the WebSocket handshake to exploit vulnerabilities. Okay, so let's take a look at that lab. We can close out this previous one. Okay, so this online shop has a live chat feature implemented using WebSockets. It has an aggressive but flawed cross-site scripting filter. To solve the lab, use a WebSocket message to trigger an alert pop-up in the support agent's browser. So I mean, we haven't done this before, so we'll take the hint. If you're struggling to bypass the cross-site scripting filter, try out our XSS labs. Sometimes you can bypass IP-based restrictions using HTTP headers like x-forwarded4. So I mean, the name of the lab is manipulating the WebSocket handshake to exploit vulnerabilities, so we probably need to pay attention to the handshake. So let's activate the lab, and then we'll take a look at it in Burp Suite. Okay, so we'll just take a look at this in the Burp Suite browser. And then we'll go over to the live chat. Okay, tests, send this off. Okay, so what we're looking for is we're looking for the HTTP request that establishes the handshake. So if we go back to Burp Suite, go to proxy, we go to HTTP history, then scroll all the way down. Have you ever thought about working for the government? I mean, if the government had a really sweet deal for me, maybe. It's just that working for the government can get really messy. Okay, so the chat endpoint here, this is probably the handshake, right? What was the response? No, this was not the handshake. Was it this one? This is the handshake. So HTTP 101 switching protocol. And I guess what we want to do is we want to start messing around with this. Okay, we'll send this to the repeater. Okay, so this is HTTP2, the chat endpoint. And if we send this off, wait, did I grab the wrong request? Upgrade WebSocket, yeah, upgrade WebSocket. This is the handshake request. So what are we supposed to do? Sometimes you can bypass IP-based restrictions using HTTP headers like x-forwarded4. So x-forwarded4. So if we want to include an x-forwarded4 with our handshake, then we would probably supply like a localhost value. Forwarded4 is from a proxy or a load balancer or something, right? So x-forwarded4 is, yeah, it's for proxies. So we'll supply x-forwarded4 and we'll do 127.0.0.1. This might help us get around like restrictions. Okay, send it off. 200 OK. Okay, and this is what it would look like. We should probably put this in the browser. just to make sure that this is all request in browser in original session. Copy this, go to Burp Suite browser. That is localhost. Protocol error. Okay, so this didn't work. Yeah, that's weird because it shows this coming back on this end. How about we do it in... So this is original session. The other option is current session, current browser session. Protocol error. Okay, so this is not how we want to do it. Okay, I mean, because we really don't know all that much about WebSockets, let's press the I believe button and get the solution. You need to do this on the initial update request. So where is the update request? So I thought, yeah, this all returns protocol error. This one returns switching protocols to the chat endpoint. The 101. So this is the 101. Switching protocol, connection upgrade. This was the response. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Mohammed Yagub. Thank you. If it's already sent, you need to reload the page. So we got our protocol error in the response. Okay, so let's just get the solution for this, just to understand what's really going on here. So live chat, send a chat message. Go to the WebSockets history tab. So we're not actually dealing with the HTTP stuff at all in this case. WebSockets history tab, and observe that the chat message has been sent via the WebSocket message. Right-click on the right-click on the message and select send to repeater. Okay, so observe that the attack has been blocked and that your WebSocket connection has been terminated. Click reconnect and observe the connection attempt fails because your IP address has been banned. Add the following address header to your handshake request to spoof your IP address. You need to capture it on initial load. So, okay, let's just follow what we're being told about over here. So over here, in our WebSockets history, I wonder if these sockets are still open or not. To server, where is our messages? Yeah. So here's an example message. We can send this to the repeater. Header looks like a DNS. Okay. Did we send this to the repeater? Okay. In here, we've got our test message, test2. I don't think we got a response in this case, because I think the socket is closed. So we probably need to reconnect. So let's do that from the browser. Flesh the DNS Crass. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Mr. Chaos. Thank you. Okay, Christian Rink says, great. Good night, great stream as always. Thank you very much. Thank you for teaching fundamentals, as most of us current generations rely on LLMs like GTP to help them learn. To everyone, please learn the basics first. I mean, it's okay to use the LLMs to help you learn the basics. It's just that don't. You need to use multiple sources of information to learn about different topics. Okay, so re-click live chat, message, grapefruit. Okay, we just need to find this and then start following the thread. Here we go. Okay, so we'll send this to the repeater. And we'll send something else. Grapes. Okay, so we've got our history over here. Great. Learning by doing is what many don't do anymore. I mean, the thing about cybersecurity is that it's really hard to learn without getting hands-on with your exercises. I mean, this is what I like about cybersecurity learning, is that you're doing the thing, and by doing the thing, you're learning about the thing. Okay, so what do they want us to do? They want us to try out our cross-site scripting payload. So observe that the attack has been blocked and your WebSocket connection has been terminated. So we'll send the cross-site scripting payload, send it out, and we get an error. Error attack detected event handler. So if we try to send any other messages, they won't go through because we've been banned. Are we banned? Oh, we're not connected. We try to reconnect. And I guess we can't connect. This address is blacklisted. Okay, so we can't connect using the same IP address because we've been banned. So I guess what we need to do is we need to send our x-forwarded4 header here. And we'll send this. Where's the send button? Connect. Okay, I don't know if we were actually connected. No, we're not. Okay, we are connected. We got a response. Okay, so what do they want us to do next? So they want us to do some spoofing. The WebSocket connection has been terminated. Click reconnect and observe that the connection attempt fails. Add the following header to your request handshake to spoof your IP address. So, I mean, we spoofed it using something else. Send the WebSocket message containing an obfuscated XSS payload. So the obfuscated XSS payload is... Well, I mean, we're doing... what is this? Sarcastic case? But it's essentially the same XSS payload as before. Go back in. And then send it off. It doesn't seem to have gone through. What happens if we go... Oh, we did solve the lab. So we're able to do it successfully. Their messages are witty. All right, everybody, let's not please let's not send insulting messages to each other in the chat. Thank you very much. Anyways, okay, so I think there's one more lab for us to work through. so that was manipulating WebSocket. What was it? That was manipulating the WebSocket handshake. So we were able to slip in some extra stuff in the WebSocket handshake request to get around some security. Okay, so let's see. Using cross-site WebSockets to exploit vulnerabilities. Some WebSocket security vulnerabilities arise when an attacker makes a cross-domain WebSocket connection from a website that the attacker controls. This is known as a cross-site WebSocket hijacking attack and involves exploiting a cross-site request forgery vulnerability on a WebSocket handshake. The attack often has a serious impact, allowing an attacker to perform privileged actions on behalf of the victim user or capture sensitive data to which the victim user has access. Let's see, cross-site WebSocket hijacking. We'll take a look. So in this section, we'll explain cross-site WebSocket hijacking. Cross-site WebSocket hijacking, that's a mouthful. Describe the impact of the compromise and spell out how to perform a cross-site WebSocket hijacking attack. So cross-site WebSocket hijacking, also known as cross-origin WebSocket hijacking, involves a cross-site request forgery CSRF vulnerability on a WebSocket handshake. It arises when the WebSocket handshake request relies solely on HTTP cookies for session handling and does not contain any CSRF tokens or any other unpredictable values. An attacker can create a malicious web page on their own domain which establishes a cross-site WebSocket connection to the vulnerable application. The application will handle the connection in the context of the web users on the victim user's session with the application. The attacker's page can then send arbitrary messages to the server via the connection and read the contents of the messages that are received back from the server. This means that, unlike regular CSRF, the attacker gains two-way connection with the compromised application. This sounds complicated. I'm not too sure if I'm going to be able to do this. I mean, maybe if we follow some instructions instead of trying to do this on our own. So a successful cross-site WebSocket hijacking attack will often enable an attacker to perform unauthorized actions masquerading as the victim user. As with regular CSRF, the attacker can send arbitrary messages to the server-side application. If the application uses client-generated WebSocket messages to perform any sensitive actions, Code X, hello, nice to see you here. How about if you teach us how to use AI for that stuff? Do they provide a sus website to use here? Yeah, I mean, they provide labs for all these things. So cross-site WebSocket hijacking, this is the lab they provide over here. Use AI? I mean, I wouldn't use AI to perform attacks that I don't know how to do myself, because that's not really a safe way to do things. I mean, the reason why we're studying about this stuff is so that we can understand how these attacks work. If we just, you know, cross-site WebSocket hijacking and then, you know, plug it into the AI and say, go do that, then it's not really, it's not really something we should do. Do you understand CSRF attacks? These are just that on WebSockets. So cross-site request forgery means that we can... Ooh, I forget the difference between server-side request forgery and cross-site request forgery. So SSRF is server-side request forgery. CSRF, I'm not too sure of when the last time I took a look at CSRF would have been. It's server-side. Wait, does... server-side request forgery versus client-side request forgery. Okay, SysOS says, AI can do it for us, but we will learn nothing. I mean, you can ask an AI to do all sorts of stuff for you, but whether or not you... The thing is that anything you ask the AI to do, you theoretically should be able to do yourself. If you get AI to do stuff that you can't do yourself, you're going down a slippery slope. CSRF is hijacking a client to do an action in their name. SSRF is tricking a server into doing something it shouldn't. So client-side request forgery versus server-side request forgery. So we're doing client-side request forgery. We're trying to do something in the context of another user, versus server-side is trying to get the server to do something that it shouldn't be doing. So with this WebSocket, we're stealing a WebSocket from a user. So if we're stealing the WebSocket from another user, then we can act in the context of the user through the WebSocket. Young Bamboozler, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, we'll go back. So unlike regular, let's see, performing a cross-site WebSocket hijacking attack. Since a cross-site WebSocket hijacking attack is essentially a CSRF vulnerability on the WebSocket handshake, the first step to performing an attack is to review the WebSocket handshakes that the application carries out and determine whether or not they are protected against CSRF. In terms of normal conditions for CSRF attacks, you typically need to find a handshake message that relies solely on HTTP cookies for session handling and does not employ any tokens or any other unpredictable values in the request parameters. For example, the following WebSocket handshake request is probably vulnerable to CSRF, since the only session token is transmitted in a cookie. Okay, so we got cookie session, but we don't have any anti-CSRF. What are they called again? Those tokens that you need to supply. Oh, I keep on forgetting all of my acronyms. Hold on. I saw it in the OLIcyber labs as well. CSRF tokens, yeah. So there's a specific challenge in here that talked about this. So sending a CSRF token, this one. Cross-site request forgery, right? Okay. So there's no CSRF token that's sent with the request. So note that the sec WebSocket key header contains a random value to prevent errors from caching proxies and is not used for authentication or session handling purposes. Sec WebSocket key. So if the WebSocket handshake request is vulnerable to CSRF, the attacker's web page can perform a cross-site request to open a WebSocket on the vulnerable site. Okay. Let me switch up my music. CSRF tokens handled by Flask. If it's a Flask app, then maybe yeah. What happens next in the attack depends entirely on the application's logic and how it's using WebSockets. The attack might involve sending WebSocket messages to perform unauthorized actions on behalf of the victim user, sending WebSocket messages to retrieve sensitive data, sometimes just waiting for the incoming messages to arrive containing sensitive data. Okay, so let's take a look at this again. May I ask if you're aware of the source code leak from Claude? I heard about the source code leak from Claude, but I haven't heard too much about the impact of it yet, though. Okay, let's give this a shot. So the online shop has a live chat feature implemented using WebSockets. To solve the lab, use the exploit server to host an HTML JavaScript payload that uses a cross-site WebSocket hijacking attack to exfiltrate the victim's chat history, then uses to gain access to their account. To prevent the Academy platform being used to attack third parties, our firewalls block interactions between the labs and the arbitrary external systems. To solve the labs, you must use the provided exploit server or Burp's collaborator default public server. Okay. So we'll give this a go. I'm not too sure what kind of payload we're supposed to put in on our exploit server, though. Did they talk about it in the explanation here? No. Okay. Use the exploit server to host an HTML JavaScript payload that uses a cross-site WebSocket hijacking attack to exfiltrate the victim's chat history. Cross-site WebSocket hijacking attack. Okay, we'll give ourselves like 15 minutes to see if we can solve this lab. If we can't do it in 15 minutes, we'll move on to the next activity, or the last piece of content today. HTML JavaScript payload. So it's a JavaScript payload. So the lab is up and running over here. We'll put it in our Burp Suite browser. Okay, you need to connect using your server to the target WebSocket, just like with any other CSRF attack. So we have an exploit server over here. We also have got our live chat. So the live chat is just like, well, I mean, probably very similar to the stuff in the previous labs. And thank you very much, Christian Rink, for becoming a member on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about all the things? Drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so we've got the live chat here. We've got the server that we can redirect traffic to over here. And what does it say? Okay, this is your server. You can use the form below to save an exploit and send it to the victim. Okay, please note that the victim uses Google Chrome. When you test your exploit against yourself, we recommend using Burp's browser or Chrome. So what we need to do is we descend some sort of some link that is going to execute Java code in the victim, and then send something back to us. Okay, code X says, I think the source code leak from Claude. With the source code leak from Claude, you could try to build the Claude LLM. I mean, there are not very many people that can take advantage of that. I'm not, but that doesn't mean that it's not noteworthy. It's just that your average person isn't going to be able to take advantage of it. Okay, so the file is /exploit. Not everything is there. Claude is friend. We protect our friends. I mean, I've heard that that Claude is the best LLM model for doing coding stuff, but aside from that, I don't know too much about Claude. Well, let's take a little water break. And during our water breaks, we put on the birds. Here you go. And we're just going to have a little water break for about 30 seconds, but enjoy the birds and the music. Okay, we'll put the birds away and we'll get back to the hacking. So what we're doing here, it's a shame that they don't talk about like example payloads in here when they're talking about this the topic. So the following WebSocket handshake request is probably vulnerable to CSRF because only the session token is transmitted in the cookie. So we probably want to locate this inside of our Burp Suite proxy here. So Burp Suite proxy history, and we'll take a look at the upgrade request over here. Yeah, so this one. So cookie session over here is what's being used to establish the WebSocket connection, and they say that this particular interaction is vulnerable because there's no CSRF token that's sent with the WebSocket handshake. Okay, payload all the things using WebSockets harness spy might help you. Yeah, let me take a look at that. Okay, you have to think of the exploit server like a Python HTTP server where you can serve a JavaScript payload on. You send your victim the link to the site and the payload executes. Okay, let's take a look at this thing here. Cross-site WebSocket hijacking, so CSWSH. If the WebSocket handshake is not correctly protected using a CSRF token or a nonce, it's possible to use the authenticated WebSocket of a user on an attacker's controlled site because cookies are automatically sent by the browser. This attack is called a cross-site WebSocket hijacking. Example exploit hosted on the attacker server that exfiltrates the received data from the WebSocket to the attacker. Script ws new WebSocket ws on open function start send hello ws on message function fetch attacker example event data mode no cores. You have to adjust the code to your exact situation. For example, if the web application uses sec WebSocket protocol header and the handshake request, you need to add this value as a second parameter to the WebSocket function call in order to add this header. So if we're hosting JavaScript that looks like this on our exploit server in the lab, then we'd go over here, and then in our body, we would paste this in. So this is our JavaScript over here. So the WebSocket request would be whatever we're making the handshake to. The handshake is currently being made to here. The URL. So this. So are we using WebSocket or WebSocket Secure? I think it's WebSocket. I think it's WebSocket Secure, right? You know, the funny thing is that all these messages are being sent over HTTPS. I mean, I see all these URLs are HTTPS. I kind of expected the protocol to be in the URL here. Thank you very much, Nixie CS, for subscribing with Tier 1. Wow, thank you very much, Nixie CS. What is up? 9 months in a row, thank you very much. Let's give you a special video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? Thank you very much, Nixie CS, and thank you very much for the subscription on Twitch. Thank you. WSS vulnerable. Okay, messages. So are these, what is the endpoint that is being used for all this stuff? Is it messages or is it something else? It looks like it's chat. So it's this host, and then the endpoint is the chat endpoint. Check in the browser, the endpoint is not a secret. So this one, yeah, it's chat. Chat is the name of the endpoint. So it's whatever this is right here, /chat. Okay, and then what else do we have here? So function event start, send hello, fetch attackerexample.net. I mean, we need to replace this with our own server, right? Which is this one. But we need to stop it. Yeah, okay. Hassan, hello, nice to see you here. Good morning from Asia. Is it possible to get any protocol? Is it possible to get any protocol in TCP to get hack or get sniff? I'm not too sure what you're asking here. Could you rephrase the question? Okay, WS to send some text sent to the server. Plus event.data. Send. Okay, so I think afterwards, if this works, after we send the exploit, we need to take a look at the access log for the information that was being sent. We'll store this. And we'll try delivering this to see what comes back. Okay, send it, and then look at the access log. Can I ask a medical question? I don't think I'm qualified to answer any medical questions, unfortunately. Okay, so this is the anomalous IP address. Okay. I think we'll take this as a learning opportunity. Take a look at the solution. Okay, so send the chat message, reload the page. In the burp proxy, in the WebSockets history tab, observe that the ready command retrieves past messages from the server. Oh, okay. In the burp proxy in the HTTP history tab, find the WebSocket handshake request. Observe that the request has no CSRF tokens. Right-click on the handshake request and select copy URL. Actually, I didn't know that this was an option. Okay. Find the WebSocket handshake request. Right-click on the handshake request and select copy URL. Then in the browser, go to the exploit server and paste the following template into the body section. I mean, this looks very similar to the stuff that we saw in the payload we got from the other website. Okay, so copy this, go over to here. And we'll paste in this other script. So this is very similar to the stuff we had there before. var ws new WebSocket wws your WebSocket URL. So on open function ws send ready. So we weren't sending the right message. Okay, we'll add another 15 minutes to our time here. Okay, so let's get that WebSocket handshake request. I think it was down here. It's to chat. Yeah, okay. So right click and then copy URL. Okay, and then go back. Your WebSocket URL is here. I guess we need to replace I'm guessing we need to replace the protocol because we got HTTPS versus WWS. I might be wrong. Sorry for my bad English. Is it possible for any protocol over TCP to get hacked or sniffed? I mean, sniffed, yeah. It really depends on what protocol you're talking about and what kind of network environment we're talking about, right? If you're talking about what protocols can be sniffed versus not sniffed, we're talking about encrypted versus unencrypted. So if we're talking about protocols like regular HTTP, that's unencrypted. Let's define this. Unencrypted stuff like HTTP versus encrypted, which would be stuff like HTTPS. So stuff that is sent over a network with an encrypted protocol like HTTPS or SFTP versus stuff that is non-encrypted like regular FTP. It's just whether or not the data that is being sent over the network is encrypted or not. Encrypted data can still be sniffed, they just can't read it in plain text. I mean, that is true. you can still intercept and take a look at the data from encrypted packages or from encrypted packets. It's just that you're not necessarily going to be able to figure out what's going on because the messages are encrypted. If you're sending stuff unencrypted over a network, then anything that people intercept is going to be very easily read. So for example, if you're sending HTTP and you send passwords, like login credentials over HTTP, then they can see it immediately. Same thing with FTP. If you send stuff over FTP, every command you send over FTP is going to be is very obvious to people who are sniffing the traffic. Okay, so you're sending the medical stuff. Recently watched a video for homeopathic medicine. Is it really scientific or is it not? They talk about whether or not it's a placebo. I mean, I don't really have very much opinions on medical stuff, but homeopathic medicine, I don't want to venture an opinion. So even if you're using HTTPS, it's possible to sniff it? Yeah. So if people are recording the traffic and they're sending HTTPS, like encrypted traffic, they can still sniff it. It's whether or not they're using an encryption that can't be cracked. A lot of people are very, very concerned about people like hoarding encrypted information and then waiting for like quantum computing to come around to be able to crack that encryption. Yeah, you can read. I mean, you can read the data, just like what SysOS Master is talking about. You can, just because you can see the data, it doesn't mean you can read the data. Isn't salt water for sore throats like? Doesn't that have like a scientific basis to it though? Anyways, what were we talking about? We're trying to get our attack to work here. So new WebSocket, function ready, send ready. So I mean, we should probably confirm that ourselves. Like over here. Ready. So does it respond? Send ready. If we send ready manually, it doesn't seem to work. It does. It has to do with keeping mucous membranes wet and clean. I mean, I'm not a medical person. Okay, so on message function event, fetch your collaborator URL, method post, mode no cores, body event data. So the event data would be the person's chat history, is what I'm guessing. Copy this, paste it in down here. Okay, and then store, and then deliver to victim. And then take a look at the access log. So the access log is down here. We don't really get any information though. They sent post requests, but how do we... Okay, replace your WebSocket URL with the URL from the WebSocket handshake. Okay. /chat. Wait, did I include that? I don't think I did. No, I did. So it was a /chat endpoint. Okay, good night, Frog. I hope the birds appreciate your effort as much as we do. And of course, great knowledge content. Thank you very much, Christian Rank. And thank you very much for becoming a member on YouTube. Much appreciated. Okay, so exploit here. Pull the interactions in the collaborator tab. Pull the interactions in the collaborator tab. Verify that the attack has successfully retrieved your chat history and exfiltrated it via the burp collaborator. For every message in the chat, burp collaborator has received an HTTP request. The request body contains the full contents of the chat. I mean, I don't think we received that. Let's see if we solve the lab. Okay, so reload this page. We still haven't solved the lab yet. So view exploit, deliver to victim access log. I was kind of expecting the data to be in the access log information here. So I'm assuming that this is the victim's IP address. So we'll try that again. Did you encode the data into the URL? I think that's what we need to do. I think it was that kind of payload was mentioned over here. Plus event data. Fetch attackerexample.net plus event data mode no cores. We'll try adding this to the exploit script. No, it is. So this is method post. So I guess we need to change this from like a post request to some other type of request, right? Because we're not able to read the stuff that is sent to the server. We can only see what's we can only see the access log. Okay, fetch plus event data mode no cores. So just copy this. We'll modify this. So method post mode no cores. Okay, let me just parameter event data mode no cores. Okay, I think this should work. Well, who knows if it works, but we'll put it in anyways. Getting a post, the data is lost. Yeah. We can't do posts because we don't have any access to stuff that is posted. So it's plus event data, no cores. Okay, go back. I just need to make sure that everything is lined up. Okay, and we'll give this a shot. So we'll store this, and then we'll send it off. The question mark is inside of the quote. Is it supposed to, hold on. Oh, it is, okay, okay. It is supposed to be inside of the quote. Okay. Store that. You got to make sure that everything is exactly how it should be. Otherwise, you know, it's not going to work. And then you were very sad. Deliver exploit to victim. Okay, and then access log. Okay, cool. Cool, we got it. We got it. We got the chat logs. Okay, they say something about how they forgot their password. Let's just copy all this. We'll copy all these messages, and then we'll parse it. Okay, what do we got? I forgot my password. So the first message is I forgot my password, and then the second message is no problem, Carlos. No problem, Carlos. And what is the rest of this message? No problem, Carlos. It's... Okay. What kind of encoding is this? So this is URL encoding. Hold on. Let's grab this. Let's the URL decode this. URL decode and JSON parse that. Okay. So there's a like a web app we could use, like URL decode. urldecoder.org or something. Hope it doesn't bite me in the butt. Okay, decode. No problem. It's this. It's this. So this is the password for Carlos. So we'll try logging in as Carlos using that password. Hold on. Where's our... Here it is. Okay, so my account, Carlos, classic search terms. I mean, we could probably use CyberChef as well. So the username we're looking for is Carlos, and the password is this thing. And we're done. Okay, great. Wow. That took a while, and I should probably... I'll go back and document the stuff that we did in this exercise a little bit later. But I'm actually kind of excited for doing our next thing, because we got a box challenge to do. How much time do we have? It's like 7 o'clock local time here. Let's do an hour and a half. So we'll do 90 minutes of this CTF box. This is topic number 5. Yeah, I mean, we gotta... It got done eventually, but I'd like to take some notes. All right, so let's go ahead and do the last part of the challenge. If you want to do this, the same box that we're doing, it's ShadowBlocks over here. ShadowBlocks. New stuff, lots of notes. Yeah, I mean that's the nature of things, huh? I'm pretty sure we're dealing with some new technologies here as well. So ShadowBlocks. Let me go ahead and start up the VM, and then we can get hacking. Just a second. Okay, I'm starting up the machine now. So what we're doing, yeah, it uses Proton Drive. So Vulnyx uses Proton Drive to host all of their virtual machines, or to store the virtual machine images anyways. Okay, so while this is going on, I'm going to set up a few different tabs because I don't use very much tmux on this channel. Anyways, so the first tab is going to be nmap port scanning. And then the second tab is going to be for our fuzzing stuff. Give this a different color. The third tab is going to be for research. Actually, we've already got a text editor in here. Let's call this our chat text editor. And we'll give it a color like brown. And we'll put it over here in the corner. This will be our research tab. Can make this yellow. And we'll do a remote access tab as well. So when we will actually get access to the box, it's kind of a hopeful thing. Be sure to raise the right voltage when plugging in your WebSocket. Safety first, of course. Susie, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So when you start up the box, it'll tell you what the IP address is for the box. So let's go ahead and do that scanning. So nmap this address right here. Okay, so we got port 22. There's also like another unusual port on this box as well. But while we wait for that nmap scan to come back to us, let's put on some different music. So I want to make sure that the music volume is appropriate. Let me know if you can hear it okay. Okay, we got port 22. Sound check. How's that music? It seems a bit low. Yep, that's StarCraft. So we got our nmap port scanning tab over here. 3x5 on my end. 3x5. 3x5 is, I mean, is that good? I thought 5x5 was the good number. Okay, so there's also port 3260. So this is the anomalous port we're going to be checking out. So I guess we'll grab our IP address, copy that, and then we'll go over manually over to this IP address. 3260. And connection was reset. So I guess this is not something that's web accessible. Yeah, 3260. Oh, it's a scale, 3 being readable but low in volume or clarity. Okay, so I think I can make it a little bit louder. Let me know if it's too loud. So 3260, we're not too sure what the service is on that port. We just need to wait for the nmap scan to come back. So what we're doing right now is we're trying to figure out which open services are on this particular server, and then we can start hacking against it. Please keep it like this. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Grandbyte. So this will be our localhost services tab. And the last thing we're going to do is, maybe some I don't even know what this last tab would be. Miscellaneous. Okay, perfect for me. Great, great, great. Hello, Yuki. Nice to see you here. Okay, so there's something called iSCSI here. iSCSI Synology DSM iSCSI. Is this is this some sort of external storage? iSCSI. No idea what this is. Joaquin, hello, nice to see you here. What's up? Authentication not required is something kind of concerning, though. I mean, if you've never seen something before, then it's perfectly okay to ask our good friend the AI to help out. So we'd go over to good old Perplexity or something, and what is this service we found with Nmap? Okay, and then paste it in. iSCSI is an HDD SAN standard, so network drives. Oh, it's a network drive service. So this is an iSCSI, Internet Small Computer Systems Interface, storage service running on a Synology NAS, network attached storage. So let's see, this is a standard iSCSI port. 3260, okay. Provides block level storage on the network, making remote storage appear as a local disk to clients. Okay, target name identifies a specific storage LUN. Okay, IQN, I mean, this looks like a domain. I don't know if we want to add this to our... I don't know if we want to add this kind of entry to like etc host or something. The address is the iSCSI portal IP port. Sure. So the Nmap output shows authentication not required, which is a significant vulnerability. Anyone who can reach this can connect to and potentially mount the storage without credentials. I mean, the question is how? We need to figure out what kind of program we're going to be using to do that. This could expose sensitive data or allow unauthorized access to the storage volume. Best practices to enable CHAP authentication, Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol. Okay, common usage cases. SAN, Storage Area Network Implementation, and Home Labs or Enterprise. Since you're doing pen testing, this unauthenticated iSCSI target is a potential attack surface worth investigating further. So, if we wanted to mount this drive using our Kali Linux system, what program would we use? What command syntax? Okay, on Kali Linux, you would use the open iSCSI package with the iSCSI ADM command. So install the package, start an iSCSI daemon, and then discover the target. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could do a little bit more research on this particular protocol using something like... Ooh, what is it called again? Hacktricks. So Hacktricks is... well, it used to be a very good resource for learning about hacking different technologies. But the website is kind of hard to use now. It's become very, very clunky. So it's like 3260. Okay, pen testing iSCSI. It's over here. So 3260, you can run it locally and improve it. Oh, are you talking about Hacktricks? Okay. So iSCSI is Internet Small Computer Systems Interface. So we want to figure out... So Nmap was able to enumerate this stuff. I suppose we could also run this extra script over here, iSCSI info. Although I think we ran it already using the common scripts. Okay, so mount iSCSI on Linux. You will find that when your targets are discovered, they are listed under a different IP address. This tends to happen if the iSCSI service is exposed via NAT or virtual IP. In cases like this, ICSI-admin will fail to connect. This requires two tweaks, one to the directory name of the node, automatically created by the discovery activities, and one to the default file contained within the directory. Okay, so I mean they're using the same tool that was recommended by the AI, so I guess that is the tool that we want to use. So open iSCSI. Open iSCSI. Alright, let's give this a try because we need to use the correct tool to interface with the protocol. Let's do it over here. So update and then install open iSCSI. Hope this doesn't break anything. Alright. And we're now installing the program. Should be done in just a bit. And what do they want us to do afterwards? Install the package. Start the iSCSI daemon. System sudo systemctl enabled iSCSI ID. Discover the target using iSCSI ADM. Okay, and then the expected output is this thing. Then we log in. Verify that the disk appeared. Okay, so we're getting ahead of ourselves. We need to make sure the thing installed properly. Okay, so it should be installed now. iSCSI ADM. How do you spell that? Yeah. Okay. So so the thing is, the software has been installed successfully. So the next thing we need to do is start up the daemon. Sudo systemctl iSCSI D for daemon, I guess. Copy that. Then okay, run the thing. And then we can do our enumeration. I guess we can call this iSCSI enumeration. Sure. Okay, and Khalid, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing some hacking stuff over at this website. Okay, so one reason why I was excited to do this particular challenge is that the creator of this challenge has done some really nice challenges that I've done in the past. And his challenges are usually pretty difficult. So we'll see how... I mean, although the difficulty of this box is supposed to be easy, I guess we'll see how easy it is. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is connect to the thing, right? Discover the target. So iSCSI ADM discovery, T send targets. I mean, we got the exact command here. I'm not too sure if we need to run this as sudo or not. What can you say about bug bounty? Are you interested in doing bug bounty? Tell me what your previous experience is with web app security and web development. Permission denied. Okay, so permission denied means we probably need to... 7 write-ups, either really new or hecking hard. I'm not sure. Okay, so we discovered the disk, right? So IQN, this thing. I mean, this was 2 months old. So it's April now, but this was released back in February, it looks like. Okay, Khalid says yes. Wait. What is your experience with web app security and web development? Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to log into the target. So sudo iSCSI-ADM node, target name this thing, right? And then log in. Verify that the disk appeared. You should see a new block device like dev SDB. It's new, love that. Yeah, relatively new. Oh, hello, El Hugo. Hello, nice to see you here. You're from Chile. I mean, I can't speak Spanish, so if you could type in English, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. But welcome in. Okay, login successful. So login successful, we need to look for a block device, dev SDB. So we'll look in the device directory. So lsla dev. There's a lot of devices in here. I guess we're looking for something that was created recently. So today is April 8th. This all says April 8th. Okay. Look for a new block device like SDB. SDB, check size to confirm if it's an iSCSI device. So, I mean, is this exact file name here? SDB? SDB. I see something called SDB here. Whether or not this is actual... Okay, let's check to see what this is. So what is this thing? This is a block device. Block special 816. Okay, and then mount the file system. So check to see if it has a file system. Sudo fdisk l dev SDB. Okay, and then if so, then mount it. Replace dev SDB1 with the actual partition. So we need to make a mount, like a mount partition, and then mount it. Just a beginner, I have no experience of hacking websites. I mean, if you don't have any experience hacking websites, then I can't really suggest bug bounty as a first security job. What I would say is take a look at this website over here, and if you're interested in getting into bug bounty eventually, what you want to do is you want to look into teaching yourself web app security testing. We have a bunch of education links over here. Look for the ones that that have to do with web security. Okay, check that it has a file system. Okay, it looks like it has a Linux file system here, so we can proceed. Then mount it. Great. So make a directory. Sudo make dir iSCSI, sure. That seems good enough. And then mount the thing. Okay. Mount iSCSI, wrong FS type, bad option, bad superblock, messing code page or helper program. Other error. Wonder what went wrong. Oh, SDA1. Okay. Or was it SDA1 or SDB1? We're looking for SDB1. Okay. Okay, so warning, source write protected, mounted read only. So we should have the file system mounted. It should be mounted in the mount iSCSI directory now. So we can just kind of walk on in. So what's here? Backups, configs, docs, engineering, finance, HR logs, lost and found. So lost and found randomfill.bin? What the heck is this thing? Okay, so we've got access to the file share. Well, not a file share, like file system. So what is this thing? This is just data. It's probably just a bunch of binary data. I mean, I suppose we could look for some readable strings in here. And that doesn't help very much. We can pipe into less. Thank you very much, Andre Valenzuela, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Alright. I don't see any readable strings in here, so maybe we can ignore this for now. But we've got a few different directories to look through. For example, we got lost and found. Lost and found is usually like deleted files. Permission denied. You know what? I think what we need to do is we need to be the root user. Okay, lost and found. There's nothing in here. We got logs, we got lost and found, we got HR, configs, backups. So there's probably going to be some juicy stuff in either backups or configs. So backup January .back. So .back files. .back files. What program do we use to interact with those? So these are data. These are data files. .back. Are .back files like compressed? Linux .back files. Okay, .back files on Linux are typically backup copies of files or databases created automatically by applications, or manual copy commands before editing. They're not restricted to Windows and often serve as a safety mechanism, allowing users to restore original configurations or data. Okay, so creating backups, using the cp command to create a backup before editing, copy config.conf to config.conf.back. So they're not necessarily... This is just like something you say that's like, this is a backup file. The type, let's see, database backups, SQL Server, MySQL, or PostgreSQL on Linux may generate .back files for database snapshots. So rename to the original extension, for example, or open directly with Nano or Vim. So I guess what we need to do is we need to figure out what kind of files these were in the first place. I mean, we're being told that this is just filled with some data. Let's try running some strings on this. Maybe it'll give us an indication what kind of program was originally used. This doesn't tell us very much. This really doesn't tell us very much. So I wonder what kind of program was used originally to create these backup files. So we got February.back and January.back. What happens if we take a look at this in Nano? Actually, let's take a look at it in XXD. That's a lot of data. Alright, let's just take a look at the head. So one thing we could do was we could try to figure out what kind of file this was by taking a look at the magic bytes. So the magic bytes are the first few bytes of a file. I mean, the problem is that the file command wasn't able to figure out what kind of file this is. So, I don't know. I wonder if there's something online that could help us out. Magic Bytes. Magic Bytes Reader. MIME type identifier. Determine the file MIME type or extension based on the signature or Magic Bytes. So Toolkit Day. Magic Bytes online tool. So okay. So a web-based utility that where you can upload a file or paste hex code to see its corresponding file type. So we could use the file command. The file command wasn't able to figure it out. So I wonder which method we should be using. I mean, we could use the AI to try to help us out. So we'll just grab these initial bytes and we'll ask the AI. Okay. So according to these magic bytes, what kind of file is this? Okay, and these are the magic bytes here. So it's 6FE1C5 something something. Okay, based on those magic bytes, this appears to be encrypted or obfuscated data, not a standard recognizable file format. I mean, I'm not super surprised because the file command wasn't able to figure it out. So these backups are kind of not very useful to us right now. So what else is in here? So there's configuration stuff, there's other documents. Finance, HR, logs. So we'll just go down the directories in order. Storage.conf. Okay, so what's in here? So configuration file, global SP storage 1, environment production, target name. So this is exactly what we're looking at right now. So we're taking a look at this mounted drive right now. Node name SP storage 1, production environment, replication enabled true. Okay, there's nothing else in here, there's just this thing. It's not super useful. How about the docs directory? Company overview.txt. This could be very useful. There might be usernames in here, or maybe there are even passwords, who knows. Let's take a look. Okay, company overview. ShadowBlocks is a cybersecurity infrastructure consulting firm specialized in storage architecture and secure network design. Core services: secure storage deployments, network segmentation, incident response, digital forensics. Headquarters London, UK, founded 2019. This document is for internal distribution only. So we know that ShadowBlocks is the name of the company. I'm not too sure how much of this other information helps us right now. Okay, let's take a look at engineering. Infrastructure nodes. This might help us out. Current storage nodes. SP storage 1, SP storage 2, SP storage backup. Block storage is exposed internally via iSCSI. All nodes run Debian-based distributions. Only if we need OSINT it would be. I mean, do you think this could be online? Like ShadowBlocks, this company? ShadowBlocks Cybersecurity? I mean, we could look. I'll try looking this up in like another window. Just a second. ShadowBlocks cybersecurity. No, I don't think there's anything good on Google search. Okay. So known issues, major latency spikes during peak hours, legacy authentication mode still enabled on one target. So we're looking for legacy authentication modes. Action items, review access protocols, implement SHAP authentication in Q3. So there are some other storage nodes on here. So we're currently accessing storage node SP storage 1, but according to the notes here, there's also SP storage 2 and SP storage backup. So all nodes run Debian-based distributions. So do we manually look for these other ones, or do we assume that they're not accessible to us? And one uses legacy access control. So legacy access control, I'm assuming that's the one that we're looking at right now. So that was engineering. So there's also finance, budget 2026. Okay, so cloud services, storage hardware, employee salaries, security audits. This doesn't help us very much. The next directory is HR. So HR might have some information about users. Employees.txt, okay. So we got Marcus, we got Elena, we got Daniel, we got Laura, and we got Oliver. So total employees 27, office access level, tiered security model. So what we can do is we can create a little user list out of this. Okay, so we'll save this, and then we'll go back in, and we'll save it under a different name. So it could be Marcus, Elena, Daniel, Laura, and Oliver. So if we're talking about like Linux style usernames, usually it's just going to be their first name. If it was Windows style, well, if it was like, you know, like an Active Directory environment, it would be like first initial dot last name. But because we're dealing with like a Linux environment, this is my best guess for... Oh, I saved it. I saved it in this one, unfortunately. That's... Oh well. Let's move that. So users ROM, we'll call users Linux.txt, and we'll make another users raw. Okay, so we've got a small users list that we could use for like brute force attacks. So those are our employees. So if we also have logs, so there might be something good in logs. Don't know until we take a look. System.log, okay. System boot completed, iSCSI service started, authentication disabled for testing purposes. Temporary storage latency detected. Backup job executed successfully. So, what are we left with here? What's what is random fill.bin? Just a bunch of data. Okay. So we got docs, we got configs, we got engineering. Lost and found might not be empty. It looked pretty empty when I took a look, but I mean, unless there's some way to see extra stuff, I'm not sure. Engineering, finance, docs. Let's take a look at the engineering directory again. Sorry, what was it called? This thing. Okay, so infrastructure. Let's just copy this. Okay, so storage nodes is, we've got SP storage 1, SP storage 2, SP storage backup. So we probably want to try to see if we can find these other two. 2 and backup. Because I'm pretty sure we're looking at SP storage 1 right now. Okay, so let's just get out of here, and then we'll stop being the root user. Whoops, we're not Kali. Oh, we are Kali. Okay, so what command were we using to access iSCSI? So iSCSI node, log out all sessions, disconnect later, node logout. Quick one-liner for discovery and login. So discovery here, login here. So discover the target. Discovery targets this thing. We only discovered storage disk 1, but there might be other storage disks out there. So we discover storage disk 1, but there might be more, according to the infrastructure document that we found. Okay, let's go back to hack tricks. Mount iSCSI on Linux, so we've done this kind of stuff. Mounted on Windows, manual enumeration. First of all, you need to discover the target's name behind the IP. Okay? So now that it will show you the IP and the ports of the interfaces, the second part of the printed string. Thank you very much, Sudut. I'm not too sure. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, the second part of the printed string of each line. Try to log in. And aside from that, we're not given too much. So what was that login command? So discover the target, log into the target. Sudo iscsi adm portal login. Okay, so we can use the same command here, but we can try to manually navigate to the other targets. So we know that there's a disk 2. No records found. And we know that there's like a backup disk. Storage 1, storage 2, and backup. No records found. Okay, so, The other thing we discovered that there was a backup for January as well. This looks like the backup for February. So there might be something at 2026-01. So we'll try storage disk 2 with this. No, it doesn't work. How about disk 1? No records found. And backup. No records found. Current storage nodes. So SB storage 1, SB storage 2, SB storage backup. Next.ShadowBlocks. Storage disk 1. I wonder if there's an iSCSI tool that we could use. Let's do a little search. iSCSI pen test tool. iSCSI pen testing. Pen test and iSCSI. Pen testing iSCSI. Here's a blog article. Got hack tricks. Okay, here we go. iSCSI tools for Linux. Here's a good old GitHub repository. Okay, open iSCSI. This file describes the Linux Open iSCSI initiator. The software was tested with blah blah blah. You need to be root to install this tool. You need to be root to run it. You know, before I go ahead and install random GitHub tools on my machine, maybe I want to do a little bit more reading. So pen testing iSCSI discovery, enumeration, exploitation. Okay. So lab setup discovery. So initial discovery of iSCSI services can be through vulnerability scans or network discovery with Nmap, typically on port 3260. If you suspect iSCSI is running on a host, Nmap can quickly identify it. Okay. Once you've discovered that the service is running, you need to use the iSCSI ADM utility to further enumerate and interact with it. If it's not installed, you can install it with apt on Ubuntu and Kali. Okay, we've done this. So we did the discovery, but we only discovered one disk. Okay. Because if we go back, we run iSCSI ADM. We ran discovery and we found storage disk 1. What we really want to find out is if there's some way to manually discover those other disks if they're present. Okay, so let's try asking our good friend the AI. We discovered a note on the disk that indicates there are other iSCSI drives on the server, but okay, so based on the note, you've got 3 storage nodes to hunt for. Here's what this tells and how you can find them. So host names are SB Storage 1, SB Storage 2, SB Storage Backup, used for DNS NetBIOS enumeration. So OS, we know that it's a Debian-based Linux. Okay, protocol is going to be iSCSI on port 3260. Critical finding, legacy authentication mode enabled on one target. One node likely has no authentication, like the Synology that you found. Okay. CHAP is not implemented yet, all targets are vulnerable. So how to find the other iSCSI targets. Nmap network sweep for port 3260. If you know what the subnet range is, I mean, there's only one target. Okay, more aggressive with service detection. Okay, discover targets via iSCSI broadcast if on the same network. So discovery, send targets. Try other discovered IPs. I mean, there are no other IPs, that's the problem. Try host names directly. Okay, so we're looking for SB Storage 1, SB Storage 2, and SB Backup. SB Storage Backup. 3260. So send targets. P. Nmap script to enumerate all info. So script iSCSI info target IP. Let's take a look at that in just a little bit. I just need to restart my music. So we'll try running the nmap script explicitly here. Why does this run with sudo? Okay, so we'll go back to our nmap scan. So it says authentication not required. Get our MAC address. Synology DSM iSCSI. Okay. We got our port, and then we've got our iSCSI info script that we're running. It should come back to us pretty fast. I'm pretty sure we're going to get the same information we got last time, though. So the note explicitly states one target has legacy authentication, no CHAP. This is your lowest hanging fruit. The backup node is especially interesting because backup storage often contains sensitive data. unencrypted dumps or old credentials. May have weaker security controls. Could contain exfiltrated data or security proofs. What subnet range are you scanning? Do you know the network topology for this CTF? I mean, there's only one target. There's only one IP address for this challenge. Okay. Still running the script. So all three iSCSI targets are hosted on the one server. Here's how you find and enumerate them. Command discover all iSCSI targets on that IP. Okay. This should return all available targets on the server, not just the ones you already found. I mean, we only found one. So M discovery, T send targets, P. This is the exact command we used last time. Okay, I'll turn to full mmap scan on the target. So info and discover, so these are different ones. Brute force discover all available targets. So we need to run this other script here. So iSCSI discover versus iSCSI info. Okay. So we only found the one disk with this script. So the other script is called discover. No, it doesn't exist. Script iSCSI info. Script iSCSI discover. Okay, you know what we could do? We could run every iSCSI script by doing this. So iSCSI star. That'll run all of the iSCSI scripts. And we might find some extra stuff. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, what does the iSCSI ADM discovery T command return? You should see multiple IQNs there, but there are not. This is the command we're talking about, right? Yeah, we only see one disk. Maybe we should go back. We'll just call this snooping around iSCSI. Okay, we'll become the root user. Oh, we need to sudo su. Okay, so lost and found logs. HR. You know what? Maybe the AI can parse out the stuff in the configs directory better. So node name SB storage 1 environment production. I mean, I don't know how much more the AI would be able to get out of this. SB storage 1, environment production, replication true, authentication disabled, max sessions 8. Backups? Yeah, I mean, there's stuff in backups. But, I mean, we couldn't really make too much sense out of it. So there are two files here. There's a backup file for February, and there's a backup file for January. The thing is that there's not much we can parse out of here. We got some strings. Actually, let's just get everything over 8 characters. Maybe everything over 12 characters. Nothing super recognizable. It runs on 2. Is it a cron task? Wait, where did you see that information? Is that in the configurations? Whoops. It's cat. Daily backup time. Right. So daily backup time probably means that it runs as a cron job, yeah? Can you check the metadata file backup? Metadata file backup. Metadata file backup. Which directory are we talking about, Mia? Or Meow? Company overview. Secure storage deployments, network segmentation, incident response. So the backup files, if we could figure out what kind of program was used to create the backup files, then it might be a little bit easier to figure out how to decode them or decrypt them. Well, just for fun, we'll try logging in as one of these users. So users linux.txt. I guess we could just do some brute force attacks right now, because we've got our short list of users here. So if we wanted to set that up, we would use like Hydra. Okay, so we're doing SSH. On this IP address right over here. We've got a list of usernames. And I think there was some sort of way we could get Hydra to roll over the users. So Hydra help. Hydra-H. Okay, so one of these switches, if it's a text file, you can use nano or vim to open the file. Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at that in just a second. Loop around users, not passwords. Okay, so -u. Loop around the users, so -u. So we'll just start that attack now. Invalid target definition. Okay. I think it's a positional thing. Nope, it still doesn't like this. Okay, now here we go. Okay, so this is running. And Moosey style, nice to see you here. Wait, what happened? One target was disabled because of too many errors. Too many errors. Hold on. Need to make sure that that's the correct IP address. So this is the correct IP address here. The comments, which comments? Says password was wrong. Okay, we're trying to use rocku.txt. We've got Linux users. All children were disabled due to too many connection errors. Connection errors. Port 22. Could it be that the SSH server isn't working right now? Okay, we'll try SSH. What's the name of one of these users? Marcus. So we'll try Marcus as a test case. Okay, ping it. It says the password was wrong. Okay. So it could be that my Hydra command had the wrong syntax. I'm gonna look up the syntax in my write-ups. Okay, so fuzzing over here. So it's Hydra. We can put SSH on the end over here. And we can specify the number of threads. Say 16 threads, which is the most. And let's see if it works. Okay, attacking SSH. I mean, this looked the same previously. So, too many connection errors. Don't you think it's too late for you? Too late? Are you talking about the time? It's 8 o'clock in the evening over here. Where do you think I am? Amit, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So SSH, attacking SSH doesn't seem to work. I mean, we could try another tool. 8 p.m. is not too late. I mean, is it? For some people, maybe. Okay, did I feel... do you think we're cooked and AI will replace us all? I mean, you need to fight past it. So I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Many people are asking this question. People ask about AI in here all the time. You need to... What I think you need to do is you need to focus on learning and training yourself. And you need to use the... Learn to use the AI as a tool for learning. So if there's something you want to research, you could use the AI to help you out. And not worry so much about the AI replacing everybody's job. The thing is that if AI is going to replace everybody's job, there's nothing you can do about it. So what you should do is you should focus on the stuff that you do have power over, which is yourself. Okay, so maybe not Hydra. How about we try using ncrack? Okay. Definitely learn what wild foods grow in your area. I mean, I don't know about... Okay, so we're attacking SSH on port 22, and we're accessing host number 36. Okay, let's give this a try. How much time do you spend to solve challenges? It depends on the challenge. Generally on live streams, I give myself like 2.5 hours for 2.5 hours for my major topics. Okay, we also need to learn how to discreetly send some mails to Sam Altman and company over that. Run for the forests. What will happen to the world if AI and robots replace all jobs? I mean, what happens if AI... What happens if AI and robots replace everybody's job? Will we have to learn how to live in a post-work society? I mean, I don't know what that society looks like. Okay, what were we looking to do? We've got like a fuzzing program working in the background. Back to the barter system. Somebody has to run the AIs. Yeah, that's true. They're not going to maintain themselves. Or are they? Okay, docs. So the backup files were in here. We got 2 files, backup February and backup January, and they're just filled with, well, we tried opening one up like this. We can't write to this. It's just a bunch of like binary data. There are no strings in here. Okay, feel a bit sad just at my job doing tech support. Okay, then give me a promotion for DevOps. Then I had internship process and then the management canceled my promotion. Ah, okay. I'm sorry to hear about that. They hinted at me that this is because of AI, because there's no need for junior as DevOps. They'll only look for seniors now. They'll only look for seniors now. I mean, there's no... I mean, that's one of the big problems about AI, is that AI has hollowed out the need for juniors. Or, like, the problem is that you can't expect people to jump straight from 0 to senior positions. It doesn't make sense. Okay, we've got these 2 backup files over here. But we don't know what program created them. I mean, these might be database files. To be fair, no C-suite is thinking logically about it. They just see that they can cut a worker. Yeah, it's kind of a weird time to be around. So there will be no new seniors in that case, so you kill your business if you do not hire juniors. I mean, if you're only relying on seniors, what happens when the seniors retire? Who takes up those positions then? People are really shooting themselves in the foot when they start thinking about it like that, you know. Okay, so we found backup file on the node. Not sure how to interact with that. When we use the file command on it, it said was data contents, and that's it. Okay, it's kind of like women in China after the one-child policy disaster. Oh, policy failure. Buying a horse for when the technology industry dies. Now women can be choosy. Okay, so .back extension means it's a generic backup file. It could be many different formats: SQL Server, zip, AutoCAD. Since the file only says data, you need to investigate further. Step-by-step analysis for Kali Linux. So first, look at the first and last bytes to find hidden signatures. Check the entire hex dump for readable strings. Okay. Check to see if it's an SQL Server backup. Look for MTF signature. Search for clues. Okay, check if it's actually named .zip, .jpeg, or .pdf. Okay, if it starts with this, it's .zip. If it starts with this, it's a JPEG. I don't think... Search for SQL keyword specifically. Yeah, no, I don't think we have got any of these. Love the content, thank you for making it. Hey, well, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm sad to hear that you got passed up for your promotion. But hopefully your company smartens up. Okay, look at Japan. Look at Japan. Look at Japan. Are we talking about replacing workers with robots? Or are we talking about something else? Read the strings output. So the strings output doesn't tell us anything. Weird hex patterns. Since you found this on an iSCSI backup node, there's an encrypted file with magic bytes. So the back file might be XOR encrypted. Try XORing the first bytes with known patterns. Contains database credentials. Flag storage with SQL dumps. Japan has a problem with no juniors to replace the seniors. I mean, company culture is kind of fried. It's kind of fried in Japan. The whole corporate culture in Japan mostly has to do with seniority. So nobody listens to people who have less than X number of years of experience. and people aren't super interested. I mean, I'm not. It's tough to talk about. Japan is a problem where all of their engineers went into toilet design. Kinda, yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna... So, at the risk of not learning anything, I'm gonna take a look at a write-up. And I'm gonna take a look at the write-up to get myself unstuck. Because I'm pretty stuck. So let's take a look. So write-ups, 7 write-ups. Well, this is one created by the creator himself. So let's take a look. So iSCSI exploitation and disk data delete credentials. Unprotected NFS for privilege escalation. Okay, well, I mean, we're not really worrying too much about privilege escalation at this point. The first step in any CTF is to identify the attack surface. We run a port scan, okay? Skip host discovery by ping. Oh, did I miss something at the port scanning phase? I'm pretty sure I didn't, but you know, if I did, it's going to be very embarrassing. Yeah, we find like 22 and 3260. So many troubles. Sending my love to everybody. Hope everybody is okay. Yeah, hope everybody's doing okay, because these are weird times that we're living in. Okay, so there's iSCSI. Next, we refine the scan on those ports to get versions and scripts. So we do a further scan on these 2 ports specifically. Yeah, okay. So the iSCSI info script discovers that the iSCSI target does not require authentication and exposes the IQN. Great. iSCSI service. Okay, so we did these similar commands over here. So iSCSI ADM. Login and attach to the disk as a local device. We did this as well. Okay. Manages the session with the target. Target name identifies the disk. Login establishes the connection. Alright. So after login, the disk appears as a local device. Alright, and then we mount and explore. So mount it, and then look inside the directory. Okay, is it fine to look at write-ups when you're stuck? I'm not, don't have very many skills. I solve 25 easy tasks on TriAcme and 2 medium. Sometimes at least to solve 10 easy ones, I use some write-ups. I mean, you can use a write-up anytime you've spent a lot of time trying to figure out what's going on with the box, and you're really stuck. The alternative to looking at the write-up sometimes is not solving the box at all, and if you don't solve the box, you don't learn. So the alternative is between not using a write-up and not solving the box and not learning anything, and looking at the write-up and learning something, but you didn't solve the box on your own. I mean, you can't be expected to be able to do all the research with technologies that you haven't interfaced with before. It's not super realistic. So you can look at the write-up when you're super stuck. It's like doing any learning lab. You eventually get the answer. The goal is to learn along the way. The goal isn't to do it without looking at the write-up. The goal is to learn something. Okay, so mount iSCSI, sure, yeah. Credential leakage. So deleted files do not vanish immediately. The system marks blocks as free, but the data remains on the disk until overwritten. We can recover them through file carving on unallocated space on a forensics image. So mount, create the forensics image, recover with photo rec. So we do not modify the original. So sudo dd. Okay. So there was or I don't know if there still is, but there were deleted files that we weren't able to access. Okay? Sometimes I feel it's wrong for me and I punish myself. I mean, don't feel too bad. Learn, complete the challenge, make your notes, learn something, and then move on to the next thing. Probably still is. There's probably still, deleted stuff. So in photo rec, we select the disk. Though the interesting thing is that, I mean, if we've got like a raw disk image, we could probably use something like the sleuth kit. The sleuth kit to take a look at those deleted files. So I guess the thing is that what we need to do is we need to create the image file. So sudo dd if input file, output file, iscsi.image. Okay, so make a forensics image. We do not modify the original. I don't think we've modified anything while we were taking a look at the mounted image. Wouldn't they be in the backup files? I mean, the write-up was just talking about deleted files. Okay, so let's try doing this. So instead of using PhotoRec, which I don't know how to use, we'll try using Sleuth Kit. Okay, so let's get out of here. And we'll switch back over to the ShyHat account. Okay, so dd, so dev sdb1, and then outfile iscsi image. Let's move into the temp directory first. Okay, what topic are we covering right now? ShadowBlocks are not. ShadowBlock is not a file. ShadowBlock is not a file. Sorry, SSOs, what are we talking about? Make sure to unmount it first. Oh, I mean SDB1. I mean we're talking about dev SDB1, not the mounted file system. So this should be okay. Okay, Red Team Rookie, hello, nice to see you here. What are we covering right now? We're covering this challenge. So ShadowBlocks from Vulnyx. That's just what the write-up said. Oh, make sure to unmount it first. I mean, let's take a look. So we got this. MMLS disk dot iscsi.image. Okay, there's nothing. I mean, this is all one partition, so we can do what was it? File FLS, file system. I was just doing something like this on PicoCTF the other day. Let me take a look at my notes. Could be more than one partition. Could be more than one partition. If it was more than one partition, the MMLS would have shown us. Okay, so we'll FLS this thing. Alright. So we got orphan files over here. So we got orphan files and we also have lost and found. So orphan files versus lost and found, we need to take a look at what's inside there. So it's like FLS for, let's do recursive. So we got This is the stuff in the disk. What about this system.log? I think we've taken a look at this before. This was in the logs directory. This is in the backups directory. What's FLS for? So this is file system ls, and it's a part of the forensics toolkit called sleuthkit, or the sleuthkit. Okay, so there's nothing in the lost and found directory. There is something in the orphan files directory. So I wonder what this orphan file 29 is. Yeah, it's probably the orphan file. So we can do the icat. So icat on 29. I thought that would have outputted something. Okay, so maybe I'm not using the icat command first. Gotta use the dash. Gotta use the dash. Hold on. Let me look back at my write-ups to see how to use that icat command. So icat should be icat in the name, then the name of the image, and then the name of then the node number. So in this case, the node number is 29. I mean, we're able to read all the other files, so I'm not too sure what's going on here. So we can read this one, random fill bin, finance. We've looked at all these other things before. What about this thing? That should be just the directory. Yeah. Wasn't able to read anything. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can, we can pipe it into, like, XXD or something? No, nope. Nothing to see. Wait, what? Oh, that was 26. Okay. We're looking for orphan file 29. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, it might be that I'm not looking at the right... I should have looked at something different. Random fill bin. Okay, let's look at the write-up again. Unmount to access the raw sectors. So we need to unmount this thing first. How much time? We'll give ourselves another 15 minutes, but after 15 minutes, I really need to go. Okay. So I guess we need to, we'll try unmounting it like they suggest over here. So sudo unmount mounts iSCSI. Target is busy. Target is busy. So I guess... Target is busy. But why is it... Target is busy, so we can't unmount this? Mohammed, hello, nice to see you. What is up? Okay, unmount to work on raw sectors without kernel cache interference. So we tried to unmount this thing, but it said it was busy. How is it busy though? I'm gonna stop fuzzing here because we probably fuzzing is probably not the way. Usually when we do sudo, this stuff works. Okay. How do we unmount this thing? M. Hossam, what is up? What is up? So mount is busy because something is using it. A process has files open or your shell is in the directory. Here's how to fix it. So we need to close out everything that's in that directory. So this isn't using it. This is also not using it. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not too sure why it's busy. What are we doing? We're doing a forensics challenge, apparently. This one over here. Still says target is busy. That's weird. Thank you very much, Complex Robbie, for subscribing with Prime. If you want to be cool like Complex Robbie, here's a YouTube video that shows you how to connect your Amazon Prime with Twitch. But Complex Robbie, thank you very much for subscribing with your Prime membership. You only get one of those. Much appreciated. Let's give you a good old Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Did LSOff find any open files? I don't think I've tried using that command yet. So target is busy. We really want to unmount this target. Find what's using the mount. So sudo loff, lsoff. Okay, let's run that thing. Check what processes files open on the mount. Okay, we'll run it. And we've got a bunch of stuff, a bunch of PIDs, Z shells. Let's try killing all this stuff. Okay, kill these things, and then we'll try it again. It's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so those... Now we'll try it again. Is there a challenge description? Yeah, there's a challenge description. So it still says there's all this stuff that's these processes that are connected. Next machine, you cannot unmount if you haven't mounted the disk first. Sudo mount, and then sudo unmount. Lenum Gen X. I was trying to remember your full username, Lenum. Nice to see you here. We've got the creator of the CTF room here. So Lenum is in the chat. Creator Lenum Gen X. Hello, nice to see you here. We've been trying to figure out what the heck is going on this thing. So you cannot unmount if you haven't mounted the disk first. Sudo mount and then sudo unmount. Okay, we'll give it a try. Sudo mount and then sudo umount. Target is busy. Dang it. Good morning from Spain. Hello, Lenum. Nice to see you here. That's rad. Yeah. Target is busy. Still says that it's busy. Okay. So check what processes his files open on the mount, or check what processes are using it. Sudo umount f, try force unmount first. So there's a -f we could try. Nope. Well, no, this is not how you do it. Okay. Target is busy. Dang it. What's the file type of that image? The file type of the image? It's iSCSI. Whatever iSCSI uses. Okay, find and kill the processes, then unmount. So find out what's using it. Kill all the processes using it. This will kill them. Now try unmounting. Or use lazy unmounter, safe if you don't want to kill the processes. Lazy unmount detaches immediately, cleans up when processes finish. Cleans up when processes finish. Sudo umount L. Yeah, it should be SDB1. Okay, it says it's not mounted. I mean, there's nothing in here, so I guess it's not mounted. So if it's not mounted, that means we can... You're in the directory itself, get out, then unmount. Oh. You know what? You're right. That doesn't make very much sense. I was in the wrong... Yeah, I was using the directory. Okay, let me just make sure that none of my other terminals are in that directory. Another terminal is in that directory. Okay. No wonder it wasn't working. Okay, not mounted, not mounted. So these are not mounted anymore. Finally, geez. Okay, okay. So now that it's unmounted, we can try, what was it? Writing that image. So we're just going to get rid of the image we have right now. And we'll try writing that image again. I think we used... So we're looking... So, Lennon, we're looking at your write-up right now because we got stuck. So sudo dd if of, and then we take a look at what's inside. So I've never used the PhotoRec program before, so we're going to be using the sleuth kit instead. Okay, so now let's take a look at this using the sleuth kit. Whoops. Okay, so that means that there's just one flat block. So there's these files over here. Okay. Track RL. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? You should type sudo rmrf. Yeah. What's FLS and MMLS? So MMLS and FLS are part of a forensics toolkit called the sleuth kit. I'm going to do networking and recon. No worries, no worries. So we've got all these files over here. What we need to do is we need to take a look at deleted files. And usually deleted files are going to be in the orphan files portions over here. Isn't it Autopsy? Autopsy is the GUI version of the sleuth kit. So the sleuth kit and Autopsy are related. Yeah, Autopsy is the GUI version. Okay, so let's try taking a look at Orphan File 29. We didn't see anything. Lost and found is for deleted, I guess. I guess what we could do is we could just like XXD the entire thing. But it's a really big file though. And most of it is empty apparently. Okay, so there's got to be something I'm doing wrong here. We unmounted the file system before we created our image. Run strings. Strings iscsi dot image, and we'll get stuff that's over 10. Lost and found is for recovery of orphan blocks. Recovery of orphan blocks. I mean, this might be a forensics technique I haven't seen before. So if it's a forensics technique I haven't seen before, I'm going to have to look at the write-up to figure out how to do it. Thank you very much, Francisco Bober, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Why did you unmount? Skyren, Brooke, hello, nice to see you here. We unmounted it because we needed to create a disk image. And to create the disk image, we need to make sure it wasn't mounted to a system. Orphan blocks? Okay, let's take a look at the write-up some more. So sudo photo rec. In photo rec, we select the disk, okay? So photo rec data recovery utility. I've never used this before, but maybe I should. Okay, so the whole disk space, yeah, the disk format, then the C key, we choose where to save all the recovered files. Choose where to save all the recovered files. Files are stored in, there's usually text files in 7Z archives. Extracting a 7Z will prompt for a password, so we need to crack it. It should be mounted so photo rec can work. So photo rec can work. It's a really nice program. Photo rec. I thought we would be able to use sleuthkit, but maybe not. Okay, so let's learn how to use photo rec then. Photo rec is installed by default. That's funny. Select media and choose proceed using the arrow keys. I didn't know that this was like a common utility. Huh. Alright, select media. So we select this. So there is a Linux partition and no partition. I guess we're supposed to select whole disk. That's what the write-up said, right? So the whole disk space, and then the disk format, and then the C key, sure. So this is ext... Well, I mean, this is Linux, so it's either ext2, 3, 4, or 4. Okay. On Kali, yeah, this is your VM or host machine. So we're currently on my Kali Linux VM. I just learned it on my computer forensics class. Also Autopsy, because I'm a GUI lover. No worries. LP, no worries LP. So what are we doing? C key when the destination is correct. So we want to... Yeah, I mean, we can do this directory here. Okay, 8 files saved in recoup directory. Okay, you're welcome to support. Okay, quit. Quit. So we're talking about this directory here. And then we've got some text files, and we got some XML stuff. We got some 7-zip files. So if we try reading all this stuff, we have XML files. And some text file stuff here. Okay. Okay, this is all stuff. Well, these text files they're things that we've seen before. All right, everybody, I really need to get going now. But you know what? Thank you very much for accompanying me on this this wild ride over here. We learned a lot, and ultimately, I'm going to have to teach myself how to use this program over here, PhotoRec. Apparently, it's really good. Is this a Windows terminal? No, this is a Linux terminal. So I'm currently using Kali Linux. If you want to get your own Kali Linux, I think I've got a video that talks about that. Let me see if I can find it. Fun was had. I hope everybody had fun. Okay. Learning bash scripting. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. All right, so let's talk about what we're going to be doing for the other stream this week. So this was Web App Wednesday. We're going to be doing more stuff on Friday. We're going to be doing Advent of Code. We're going to be doing Python coding. We're probably going to be doing a couple more demos. We're going to be doing Web App Basics, session number 3. And then we're going to be doing some Linux box challenges over at Echo CTF. And we're going to be taking a look at the Bootcamp network over at Standoff 365. Use BlackArch. Oh, no worries. Yeah, BlackArch. And so let's talk about who we're going to be rating out into. So there's this handy-dandy website called infosecstreams.com. And this website has a bunch of people who do cybersecurity live streams. So who's here? We got Roman 6S, Romans 6, myself, and BlazeBits. I haven't seen this this user before. Let's check out what they're doing on their stream. Okay, they are currently... What is this? What is the Hack the Box with what? Hack the Box with Claude AFK session. Gotta get stuff done. Soothing beats while you work. I mean, we've got the Fifth Element running in the background over here. Oh, they're using AI stuff to hack. Well, I mean, maybe we should go to a person who is, you know, a person. Let's go over to BlazeBits. So BlazeBits usually has some good stuff going on. Hack the Blocks, that place is cool. Yeah, for sure. So we're talking about, what are we talking about with BlazeBits? Hack the Planet, cybersecurity news and Q&A. All right, let's raid out into BlazeBits. Raid. Okay, so everybody, like I said, we're going to be back on Friday, and we're going to be doing more hacking, more coding, more of everything. If you want to take a look at our schedule, it's over here. We have a Reddit, and we also have a Discord if you're interested in that. All right, we got to get going, everybody, but say hi to BlazeBits. Give this message over here, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog. I would really appreciate it. And we'll see you next time. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time, everybody.